Lita, did you have your pastor? Is he here? Is your pastor here? Okay. All right. Well, that's what I needed to know. So, Madam Clerk, are we ready? Go ahead and start out with roll call.
Commissioner Coates?
Here.
Commissioner Laird? Commissioner Milne?
Here.
Commissioner Nicolason? Here. Chairman North?
Here. Ask you to all bow your heads for opening prayer this morning or this afternoon. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we just thank you so much for all the things you have done for us, watching out for us and guiding us and directing us. How important it is that we focus on you in all the things we do. Lord, and we just praise your name, and we pray for those that have lost loved ones in this last weekend over different events. Lord, we pray that you will also be with the firefighters that are fighting the fires throughout this county and state. And we pray that you will just continue to watch over and guide us and direct us in all the things we do and give us the wisdom to make the right decisions. And these things we ask in your most gracious name. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Where'd Bill go? Bill out. Okay.
Pardon me?
Is that tomorrow? Next week. I was about to say, don't.
I'll be there. I'll be there tomorrow for sure. I'll be there tomorrow for sure, but I don't know about next week.
Next week.
They have like 4 or 5 deals, and that one is coordinated with Carter County and the assessor. So once I can get a minute from you guys, then we'll be able to, because PYK is together in both counties and all that good stuff. So then I do believe we, so there will be still stuff that have to be held in September, that first week of September, but only, I think, wasn't even less than 5. So
How many have we got total?
But, without, but when I checked with Tammy, you guys have to stay on target with, you know, like Tammy's just like, you know, still like 20 minutes per each side. And then the hearing officer, so as long as you guys stay on schedule and keep it tight knit, we can do it in 2 days. So you guys have the 11th to the 15th, what works for you guys? Because remember, we have to have the minutes from it, and then you have 30 days.
She thinks she has.
21.
Michelle, you should have
But,
Yeah,
clumped
how
together.
many left
Some of them are clumped together. Same company.
for all the departments that have to be involved in it. Judge Burks has already agreed to those dates, So if you guys can commit to even 2.5 days to be on the safe side during that week,
So you'd have us tentatively scheduled all week,
yes,
and so it's really to try and get it dialed in.
yeah.
It's rolling.
I'm pretty good feeling it's like we could get out of state, but I'll know more within a week. So I think
I shouldn't have any conflicts, so just whatever you come up with.
I'll make it work.
I'm hoping my wife will let me make it work. I'll know here in a couple days.
Only problem I'd have would be Friday morning.
Oh. I like that idea.
That's that. What dates were those again?
It's gonna be the 11th, 12th, and 13th.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Karen, I don't know if we have other time later for this, or if I should just mention now my findings on the generator situation. I had told the commission I'd report back at this meeting. I can give just a 2-minute update on that, or I can wait.
Why don't you just wait a little while?
Sure.
So. So you're gonna send it, she's gonna send us an invite for those 2 days, on the 11th and the 12th
13.
and 13th, okay. No?
I think about the fire department.
All of them, a lot. So. Okay. Yeah, we're running a little bit ahead of time. Guess we can wait until Michelle gets back in here, but you can. Okay, we're ready. Come on up.
Well, I may miss the podium. Thank you. I'm Bill Alaman, House District 58, living out by Midwest. And I sure thank you guys for allowing us to come and talk to you today. This is my third visit on this topic, and you all have a little handout as to what is needed. We didn't come here just saying we need $10 or $500,000. We gave you a list.
I think your battery went dead. There you go.
We gave you a list of exactly what we needed. Trying to, just let you know that this is not a want. This is an ask, a need. And what it is for 33 million and some change for protective equipment,
How much?
33,000. What did
You
I
said
say?
33 million.
Hey, you know what? I'm on appropriations. I can say billion and still not be in trouble. So, we'll take 33.
Call you out on it.
Yeah, 33,000. Since we're going there, let me come up with the exact number. Well, let's just round it off to 35,000. And this is stuff that if we expect these volunteer firefighters to take care of us, we've got to do a little bit to make them safe. They are doing their best to keep us safe, to keep our property safe, and to save our livestock, our grass, and our animals. Everything we've got. They're putting themselves on the line. The least we can do is give them the proper equipment that they need to do it. And I'm sure most of you have been out in the country, and once again, we're in one big grass fire year because we have the fuel. And that I will stand for questions for that, but I would like this not to hang on. I would actually, and I don't even know if it's possible, I'd like a decision tonight. And we've given a lot of money to a lot of things, but this one really matters because we could be saving people's lives. And if I did not do what I'm doing right now, and we lost one of these firefighters because we did not give them the proper equipment, I don't know how I'd sleep that night. So I ask that we do this. I hope we can get a vote on it tonight. Get this approved, get this equipment ordered, and get it on the men. And you will look, we are outfitting 11 men with this equipment. That seems like a lot of men for a volunteer firefighter. But these guys work in the oil field, they work on ranches, they work all over. And when the fire breaks out, you're not going to get all 11. If you get 5, you may be doing good. And one cannot fit in the other man's clothing. It's just not going to fit. So there's 11 gentlemen in the crew, and that's what we were looking at. And I don't think it's a very big ask. Thank you. Any questions, please?
Here, Bill. I'm taking one pair of boots, but that's about all you're going to get for $225.
Yes, and those are questions better for.
Those figures that we came up. Oh, Riley Dewitt, Salt Creek Emergency Services Chief. I came up with those quotes. All those numbers that you have there are just for one guy. One pair of boots, $250. Fire shelter, I think is $600.
Yeah.
And then we took the grand total of that, which is I think $3,017 to outfit one guy. Multiply that by 11, comes out with $33,187.
Now, Riley, have you checked for any grants or work with any of that stuff, or gone with work with Brian Oliver? Because I know the last time you were in here, that was one of the requests that
Right,
we had,
and-
was to make sure that you did that.
Yep, and grants are drying up.
Well, I know they
So-
are, but they were available at that time,
Right.
so.
Yep, and we've put in for grants and
Um, have you checked with any of the fire departments, see if they have any surplus in any of these, just out of curiosity?
I haven't. I've talked with Chief Oliver at Natrona County, and they're kind of in the same boat we are. They have the gear that they have, and not a lot of excess.
Okay.
So some of the gear that we've got these guys using are upwards of 30, 40 years old. Fire shelters that we have, they're outdated. They're falling apart in their cases, everything like that. So
If you're using fire shelters that are that far out of date, that old, you got other problems. So, I mean, that's not, that's a last minute resort. So
Right.
That,
that's just an example. Yeah.
so your fire shelters are, you think they're 30 years old?
Yeah. Yep.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I just have a comment. I've been here when this money's been asked for. I wanted to give it at the first ask, the second ask, and I want to give it on this ask. And that's all I have to say, because I think they need the equipment, and I think we should finance it. And every time you guys come in here, somebody mentions this grant, which is a way of not giving you anything. But the fire isn't going to wait for a grant. The fire isn't going to wait for anybody. And you need the equipment, and I know you need the equipment. And if we have the money, I hope that we get at least 3 votes to give you the money.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And Riley, right now, I'm sure the situation is the same as it was when I was a chief in Mills.
Yep.
Even if you ordered this stuff right now, you're not going to get it until January.
All right. We're looking November, December, January.
Yep.
At the earliest, probably. Yeah.
So we're already 6 months behind the 8 ball on this.
2 years behind the 8 ball.
And that's, well, I know, but I mean, I'm just saying, even if we did give you that right now,
Mhm.
fire season is going to be pretty much over in Wyoming by the time you get any of this
Maybe.
material.
Maybe not.
Well, I know, and that all depends on from year to year to year. But I'm not disagreeing with the need, so don't misunderstand
No.
that. But I am concerned about, you know, if we have other options that we can get some of this stuff taken care of short term. You know, I know when I was at Mills, we had a lot of, it wasn't brand new stuff, but it was still very serviceable. You know, and it's something that would at least get you through while you're waiting for that opportunity. Because, like I said, you know, the last pair of pants that I ordered were 4 months out, and that was February 4 or 5 years ago. And I know the situation is not going to be any better right now, especially with the fires that are going on all over the country, because that's exactly what happens is they get that first hit, and that's where that material, that's where all the supplies go. So,
Commissioner North. Thank you. If we get the money started today, that's one day sooner we're going to get this. Maybe it is February, but if we wait till February to get this money, then we're looking at next June. We need to get this ball rolling and get this equipment at least ordered. And while it's coming, do scour every fire station we can, looking for anything that we can to work, because what they have now is not protection.
well, and one of the things that we talked about in the past, when you came before us, was working through county fire, because they had better access to more equipment, more things, and they could get it faster just because of the volume. You know, when you're going with smaller volume, you guys know how it is. The vendors are going to take care of the people that they deal with all the time before they deal with the smaller companies, the smaller groups. And that's always been the case. I mean, so that's the reason why we suggested that you work with Chief Oliver last time around. I think this is something that we would have to have, we'd have to work with that, and I know that was part of the condition, is that we would run everything through county fire and have that purchased, any of the items were purchased that way, and then they were distributed that way instead of just a blanket. Anybody else have anything to ask Commissioner Milne?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Milne. Mr. Chairman, thanks for coming back to us, Representative.
Thank you.
Riley, nice to see
Thank
you again. I'm glad you've reached out to see what grants could be available or what maybe gently used equipment might be available. I don't know if there are other, sources to investigate. I was just wondering though, to that question, whether Contango has been approached to maybe do a share on this, since I think a lot of the efforts of Salt Creek would benefit Contango and its employees, which I know some of
Mr. Commissioner,
are, but also protect its facilities.
Mr. Commissioner, the rumors are that Contango sold the field. It's rumors. Contango may or may not even own that field today. And in the past, when a new person come on to work with Contango, they gave them a stipend of $1,700 to buy the personal protection gear for the oil field. And then they gave them $700 each year per person. And what this is, so they're looking at $2,400 in 2 years. We're asking for $3,000 for 40 years. But we do not know who owns the oil field today.
I have a question of Tracy. Tracy, is there any money in any of our funds that we could apply to this? It's only $35,000 and it's protection for guys that are fighting fires. Seems like we ought to be able to find $35,000, because all I'm hearing now is underlying reasons to deny you once again.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Laird, you don't have to sell it to me, but there is some 1 cent money in the Opportunity Fund that would be available if the board so chooses. The budget is not officially approved until July 21st. So,
There's $35,000 in there if it gets approved.
Mr. Chairman, I would venture to guess there's $35,000 in that account. Yes.
Also, we do have some money. So I guess if anybody can lay aside all of these questions about grants and Contango and all of this stuff, I see guys coming here from Midwest. I think it's time we take care of you.
Mr.
Now, if they
Chairman,
want to come up with more excuses, fine, let them do it. But that's how I feel about it.
Commissioner Nicolason?
these aren't excuses. We're public servants, and this is the public's money. And you understand, we're not trying to bust your chops or find a reason to say no. Representative Valaman, he knows it's about dealing with the public's money, not his money, not this commission's money. These aren't questions we're submitting to you in bad faith. Please understand, we support you, we support your community, we want to do the right thing. But if we're not asking these questions, we're not doing any favors to the 80,000 people in this county. And so I just would make that response more to my commissioner than to you guys. Thanks.
And just so you guys know, Riley, I know what the needs are.
Mm-hmm.
And I also know what the time constraints are. And I also know what's out there or what has been out there. And that's the reason why I'm asking these questions, is because we gave, there was an opportunity in the past and it didn't get followed through with. And it's not saying that you guys don't need the safety equipment, because I'm a firm believer that you do.
Mm-hmm.
But if you got fire shelters that are 30 years old, those are way out of compliance. And there's other things that, there are certain things that, you can kind of skip by with, and certain things you can't. You get caught out there with a grass fire and it's coming on. That's your last line of defense. That's it. And without that, you're toast, literally. And I understand that very well. And I also understand the importance of having the right kind of equipment, having the right kind of uniforms and everything else that you're out there with, because you can't do your job if you don't have that stuff. You put yourself in danger the second you do. I mean, it's a dangerous situation already. And, and after what just happened in Coeur d'Alene,
Right.
I think we're all a little bit more, our heightened awareness is substantially more than it once was. There's a lot of strange individuals out there anymore, and they do things for the wrong reasons all the way around. And not that any of this equipment would protect you against that, but I am a little hard on you because I know how important it is to have this equipment, and I know how you need to work on that. And I also know that we've also given you an opportunity in the past to work with us to get this. And so, this is the third time you've been in here, Bill, but it's actually been more than that, because we offered funding that we had from a different source several years ago with a few minor stipulations, and that didn't happen. So I'm going to be a little hard on you right now, but you can take it personal, because that's what it's supposed to be. It's not because I don't agree that you need the equipment. It's to make sure that we get everybody taken care of that we have to get taken care of out there. And without this, every one of your guys go out there and they put their life in danger. I understand that firsthand. I know what that is. So telling me what the need is, I'm already on board with that. That's not the problem. But we do need to take that initiative and find out what other options we have at the same time. So, and that's the reason why I asked Chief Oliver to come in this afternoon as well, so he could answer some of those questions too.
Yeah. Mr. Commissioner, you guys are tired of hearing me say this, but 65% of the taxes collected in Natrona County come from the Salt Creek oil field. 65%. So I don't know why you're asking us to get hand-me-downs and use this and use that. Give us a little bit, and I do know that you gave us money to help with the new pipeline, and I really appreciate that. But it's not near as much money as what the Midwest Salt Creek oil field brings into this county. It seems like that money flies to Casper and gets lost and can't find its way home. I would like to just get a little bit of our money back. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Chairman,
Go ahead.
I did, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. I know you've been waiting. Going back and
Go ahead,
forth.
Dallas. Get it over with.
Go ahead.
I don't know why my gut is tightening up about this stuff I've been hearing. Because Dave don't know a lot about firefighting. He was a firefighter. But now, I don't think firefighters ought to have to beg for safety equipment. I don't think they ought to have to go out and do all the politics and do the work that a lot of, like the city, doesn't make their fire department go around and beg for the money so that they can be safe when they fight a fire. They present what they want, what you did, what you need. Mr. Chairman here, he knows you need it. Isn't any question about that you need it. I don't know what would happen out there if you guys all went on strike and just let the whole damn thing burn down rather than risk your lives. That's what you do. And so I think, in my opinion, if I was the dictator, I would say that you don't have to beg me for money. You need this equipment and you should get it. Hopefully, you could figure out a way to get it right away. And that may be possible. I don't know, but it isn't possible if you don't have the money. So I don't quite understand what's really being said here. I don't think it has much to do with the taxes that come from up there in the county. I know it comes from there, but I don't think that's the problem. But I see all these people here that do the firefighting and the citizens of your district, and I think they're deserving of us to come up with $35,000, which we apparently have from 1 cent money. And I don't see where anybody said that would deprive somebody else of something. And so I'm at a loss to understand the thinking here and why they're being turned down in the form of these questions. But I wish that people would rethink it and see it and understand that. I know one of the first sessions that came in here, they'd said they'd even put out a fire on Mr. Nicolauson's ranch. And so he understands the necessity for that, and I don't think anybody here is making anything up when they're coming up with these political statements at all. But I sense a different underlying problem. And I would like to see whatever that is really dropped, because we do have the money. It isn't like we're broke. If we don't have the money, we got to take it away from some poor family and they won't have any food. And I'm guessing everybody back there will say what they're thinking. And I'm sad to hear it would take 4 or 5 months to get it. I guess I was thinking you could get the money and get a company and get it bought, because I know those companies probably have some equipment out there, 10 or 11 outfits that they can sell. Maybe not, but maybe they do. So I don't know what else to tell you, Mr. Representative. I can only tell you how I feel. And I'm not speaking for them. Obviously, I'm just speaking for myself. They want to take me on in an argument and defend on principles that I don't even think apply here. So what I think applies here is the safety of our people in this county. And that's what I've taken an oath to do. So whatever I can do to help you raise some money, I'll do it.
I thank you for that, Commissioner Laird, and I really do thank you for that. And I do not think that we need to have bake sales and car raffles and all sorts of things to come up with this money. These people are going out, protecting our houses, protecting our grass, because ranchers don't sell livestock, they sell grass. And when you have no grass, your livestock don't mean much. And that's what they do, and that's what this equipment's for, is to fight mainly range fires. We need it to protect them and to protect the people in northern Natrona County.
Commissioner Milne.
Representative Allen, thanks for coming as well. And mind you, I'm speaking as somebody who's used that equipment, who's relied on that equipment, and it's gotten burned over fighting a fire myself. So I understand, right? As Commissioner Nicolason has said, though, we do have questions, and we do need to be fiscally responsible. As Chairman North has said, we've asked for you to investigate grants in the past, and those didn't come to fruition. Are you aware of the Wyoming State Forestry Grant?
Yes, we are.
Have you applied for it yet?
I believe we have a couple of years ago. Yep.
Okay. Well, it's still available. It's 50%
Mm-hmm.
matching funds. So you haven't looked at doing that yet
We've looked into it. Yes.
this year?
Yes.
Okay. So I would suggest you make an application as soon as possible to that. Because that's serving populations under 100,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
I think that qualifies for the north part there.
Yep.
Right. I don't have a problem um, giving you the amount myself. What I do have a problem is the follow through hasn't been on your side as well. We're not asking you to put up the money. Well, hell, we're putting up, we'd give you the matching fund, but there's nothing being done on your side. I think that's my conundrum anyways.
Okay, can you guarantee that we're gonna get that grant?
No, but maybe you
They're going-
come back for the other half at that point with a denial. At least you've made an effort, right? Okay. So the other part that I'd wonder about, Representative Hellman, is out of that 30 million that you guys allocated through the budget, right? That went through for the firefighting. How much of it was put aside for volunteer departments like theirs throughout the state? I mean, we've got a ton of volunteer departments, and it seems like that hasn't been championed. Maybe you can champion it this year when you're down in Cheyenne. I mean that there's tons of them out there. Would probably love to see a champion for volunteer fire departments. It just doesn't seem to be there, right?
Thank you for that question. A week ago, I was in Gillette for appropriations meeting. We spent one full day discussing wildfires. And the state is actually looking to hire 56 people, which isn't going to help us. But I mean, we're looking at everything. We gave the firefighters last year, they can now come into our retirement programs. We are not ignoring our volunteer fire departments because most of the firefighters in the state are volunteers. And we are looking out for them. And like I said, we went one full day. We're looking at $200 million to fix this problem. And I think some of this money should come to counties. But
I'm not saying counties. I don't want it.
well, yes, because if it came to you,
Why-
you wouldn't be having this problem right now. You'd just say, yeah, you got it because we got it.
Why not just go through the grants office or the state office or the forestry division or anything like that? Let them manage it.
We're looking at many things on the, like I said, very, very few items ever get one full day of any committee's attention. This was with Kelly Norris, our state forester, and fire chiefs from across the state. And we're all sitting down together, and we will be in Du Bois in August looking at this again. And at that time, we look at drafting some bills. And we're too soon at this point because we don't have all the facts in front of us. But this is something that we're very, very interested in. And it came up front because of, last year's explosion in fires. And that's why it's front and center. And these guys were actually, if I remember right, were going to the one at KC, but they were so wore out because of what they were doing at home. They told them, no, stay home and rest because if something breaks out, am I right?
Yep.
If something breaks out at home, you guys are done.
Yeah, I get it.
And
I'm
our
just
next
saying-
closest fire department, other than what the ranchers have, which they have quite little, is 40 miles.
I'm not arguing with you on that point. What I'm saying is maybe the state legislature can take a look at actually diverting or earmarking some of those funds specifically for equipment for these volunteer departments where I don't think they give a who about retirement, not them, but whether they have a shelter or whether they have the wild gear or not, the shovels, everything, right? That's what they're worried about. So maybe that's a focus that the legislature could take a look at, is actually starting to help supply them specifically equipment wise. But going back to funding as far as from us, like I said, I don't have a problem with it. I'd love to see you, however, make that step and try to get that grant through the forestry division, right?
I guess I just come back to I have a hard time understanding 65% of this county's money comes from the Salt Creek Field. And we've been in there time and time again begging for money. And all we get told is you guys need to look at grants. We all know grants are drying up. With what's going on with Doge, the money is hard to find out there. And we're going up against hundreds of other volunteer departments that have less than 100,000 people in there.
That doesn't mean you just throw your hands up.
No, I agree.
Thank you.
So, Commissioner Coe.
So I don't feel like poking holes at the department. I don't think anyone here is. I just think we move on. I think you guys need 35,000. You just say, you already said it. You haven't applied for grants. It is what it is. You haven't applied for it. Make an honest effort, good faith effort, just apply for some. After you get the money, if you get more money, great. So just make the effort, apply for something. That's all that this commission's asking, is just apply for some, okay? We get where the funding comes from. Totally there with you. We support the community center out there in the same way. So we support Midwest, we support Edgerton. There's no one here that doesn't. So I think if we have the funding, we budget to give you the funding. We give a lot of money to places that already in our budget where we don't quite know exactly where that money goes to. We've talked about that in budget hearings. So we're seeing where the money's going to. That's great. I can live with that. So thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
I'm going to stick with what we originally, if we do go this direction, that it will have to go through county fire. And I was going to that's part of the reason why I asked Brian to come in this afternoon, is so we could talk about this. Brian, would you mind coming up? You have to turn on your mic. There you go. Just out of curiosity, what is the lead time right now for? I know some things are very short and some things are probably pretty.
The big ticket items, excuse me, like your pants, the yellow shirts, and then the fire shelters themselves. The last couple of quotes I got for Midwest here, the one we were looking at 4 to 5 weeks, and that was on a May date, and then sorry, I just had it out here. I should have kept it. The other one was 6 to 12 weeks that I just saw, and that was for the shelters. And that's been pretty consistent with pretty much anything I've had to order over the last couple of years.
So they've gotten a little better than
So it's a little bit faster, but definitely still.
but it's still lead time, and that depends on what size
Yeah.
pants you,
Well, and
what you're looking for too. I know that.
it does. It's since COVID, what we've noticed is most of the companies aren't carrying the stock that they have. So you might have a 1 to 2 week lead time, but is that size pants even in stock? So unfortunately, we're definitely running into that, and we've been into buying that with ourselves and a few pieces of equipment. And it's really one of those things where anything wildland related or anything that you need for the summer, you're definitely starting to look at ordering November, December at the latest to get it for spring, and vice versa for anything that you would need in the fall and the colder weather. Is that you definitely get that coming early spring, summer. So
Yeah. Well, that's kind of what I was
yeah,
thinking. It's just the lead time right now is, even if we ordered it right now,
yeah, and
most
for
of our
instance,
fire
like-
season's going to be over this
Yeah.
year. And so don't misunderstand when I'm saying that. I'm looking at how quickly we need to act.
Right.
Not
I agree.
just, I mean, yeah, you can get money right now, but if you can't get the product, it doesn't matter. If you're still going to be looking at, the end of September before you can get something,
Pretty close.
it doesn't, we're pretty much at the tail end of most of our normal fire season goes. And that's the reason why that's the reason why I'm talking about that, is that even if we did things, we're still looking at that lead time as far as getting what you need it's not going to help you this year.
Mhm.
And that's really what it comes down to. And that's what I'm afraid of, is that it's not, that's the reason why, if some of these other departments had stuff, maybe you've got some guys that are odd sizes that they've got. I know at Mills, we had some pretty odd sizes that nobody there was going to utilize. And then we had some other stuff that was pretty common. The common stuff disappeared really quick, but the stuff that wasn't normal, that stayed on the shelf. And so that's why I was asking if that was a possibility. I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just trying to say, but a lot of times those are the ones that you can't get,
Right.
out there, that you order them, and it may be 6 months because they may only make a run of that size once a year.
Mhm.
So,
I have a question.
sorry, Brian.
Brian, do they need this equipment?
Yes, sir, they do.
Is there anybody who could call one of these companies and see if they had 11 outfits that could be purchased right away?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We that's the nice thing. The working with the companies we work with, they all have actual traveling salesmen as well, and it's kind of a territory. So MES has a new gentleman that I just met the other day, and then Ellen Curtis is a large company that a lot of agencies use here. That gentleman is actually a member of Mountain Fire. That's our local salesman. So definitely could call and
Yeah, I'd like to
start
know,
doing some
I'd like to
inquiries.
know what they say.
Yeah.
If they say, well, God, we do have 11 outfits here. I'd like to know that. I suppose the rest of these commissioners might like to know that too. Because I would like to see you get it right away. If you have to wait till November, yeah, well, that's another issue that I guess exists out there. But
Yeah.
you just never know. Sometimes people say no, or we don't know, and you haven't talked to the right
That's
person,
it.
and
It's
then they
worth
say,
asking
well, it
for
just so
sure.
happens, yeah, we do have it, and we got it on sale even,
Yeah.
who knows?
Absolutely.
Gotta think positive, I guess, around here.
And that I can definitely do. As soon as I get back to the office, I can shoot a simple email to these gentlemen, and they'll get right back to me. So we can
Well,
definitely find some.
and I think what
availability.
we'd have to do is know what sizes, so you can actually.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
sizes and
that's something.
quantities,
Yeah.
and
Yep,
definitely stuff.
right, that kind of stuff, because
Generally.
like I said, I know some of that stuff may be sitting on the shelf and some of it may not be for a long time, so. Even fire shelters. It's a lot harder to fit a guy that's 6'6" on one than it is 5'9".
Mhm.
Yeah. They actually have the two styles of shelters now.
Right.
Regular for anybody that's under 6 feet, and then a large shelter, which of course is
So,
$100 more for
Yep.
a year-old.
so how many people does this fire department serve? How many different, or how much acreage, for instance, and branches and people are involved here?
We serve about 350 people.
And
And
these are all
about-
Natrona County residents that are
Yes.
residents of this county
Yeah,
and
that's
pay their
just-
taxes?
Yep.
And
Just
need, and
just
need to be
Natrona County.
protected by your fire department?
Mhm.
What happens if you guys didn't go put these fires out? Because you didn't have the equipment? What would happen then?
Then we'd have to rely on county fire department or surrounding agencies. And then you're talking a minimum.
Loss of life, loss
Oh,
of
yeah.
property, loss of animals?
Absolutely.
It's a very serious issue, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you.
We're running a little bit behind, so I appreciate that, but if you can get that information to Brian
Okay.
can get back with us, and then
Yep.
we can look at something.
Will do. Thank you.
All right, thanks. We got Visit Casper up next. You got to turn it on, push that button. There you go.
That
Yeah.
happened to me
Please.
last time.
Yeah. Would you mind stating your name so that we have it on the record?
Absolutely. Hello, Mr. Chairman and fellow commissioners. My name is Shelby Kraus, and I'm with Visit Casper, but today I'm acting as a staff liaison for Compete Casper. With me today, I have Justin Farley, who is the chair of Compete Casper as well, formerly known as Proud to Host the Best. I want to give some information for those who do not know. Our mission is to retain and support the Wyoming high school activities tournaments in Casper. We have hosted the 8 tournaments for the 8 state tournaments for the last 4 years, and we deeply appreciate your support over the last 4 years. Your investment from 2022 through 2026 school years helped us secure key events and making a meaningful impact on our community. We're pleased to report that earlier this year, which I mentioned in October, we were awarded the Wyoming High School Activities Association bid for the next cycle. So that includes the 8 state tournament. And that was done in February. In October, when I had spoke to you last, we discussed future funding support for the 2026 through 2030 cycle, but no formal decision was reached. Today, I respectfully ask again for your commitment to continued funding, either as an annual commitment or as a multi-year agreement. This would help us move forward effectively in planning, and we would like to begin working with you on a MOU that clearly outlines your support or an agreement that you see best fit. As we plan and prepare to host these impactful events, your continued partnership would be greatly valued and appreciated. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman and fellow commissioners, your consideration and ongoing support of Casper's role as a host community for these high school state tournaments. I welcome any questions.
What are you asking for this
Absolutely. I know I was a little jumbled in that. I am asking for another commitment. Right now, we have an MOU that stands from 2022 through 2026. And when I say through 2026, that means the school year of 2025 through 2026. And what I'm asking is another commitment starting in 2026 through the 2026 school year to 2030. So it would be 2026 through 2030 to financially support these state tournaments again.
How much money does that involve
It has been historically 25,000
per year?
per year, yearly.
year? Okay. So we don't have to come up with it right now because we've
No.
already got an MOU, so we have a little bit of
Yes, it's
time.
just in a few months, I know that you'll be starting to plan budgeting for the upcoming year, and I wanted to ensure that it was on your radar. And also to inform you that we did secure the bid for another 4 years.
Okay. Any questions?
I do. Who else do you get money from?
Absolutely. I should state for the next 4 years, we do have commitment from the city, and that is 50,000. We just signed an MOU with the city, but
1,000 per year?
yes, yearly. Historically, we have also received funding from the Economic Development Joint Powers Board, as well as the Recreation Board. And then we also do receive a large amount of private funding, as well as grants and other.
Give me an example of what the money's used for.
Absolutely. So all of the sponsorship money goes right back into the events, and that can range from help or paying the school district for their staff's time and work, as well as the Ford Wyoming Center, and paying for the events to actually be hosted. In the past, Compete Casper has also secured a volleyball court for the students to play on. It can range anywhere from something maybe the facility is in need of to actually hosting the events themselves and the labor that goes into that.
Do you apply for grants for these kind of things?
We do.
Do you actually get them?
Yes.
And how much in grant money have you received?
I don't have that number right off the top of my head, but I can get that to you.
I think mainly I'm just curious as to how much money do you raise? How much is did you raise last year?
Definitely. Last year, our goal was 277,000, and we raised just a little bit over 300,000.
And did you use all the money last year?
Well, with this being the end of our fiscal year, I don't have our statements as of, just because that ended yesterday. But maybe I don't have that number. I don't want to misspeak, but I can get that to you.
How much of that money is paid in salaries to people?
None.
None?
No, I work for Visit Casper, and I am the staff liaison for Compete Casper because we see the value in bringing the state tournaments here.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Milne.
How many other cities or towns are trying to bring high school sports into their communities?
Definitely. I don't have the information on who all applied and gave a presentation in February when we were there and secured the bids, but I do know that there were several other cities. There were several other names thrown out, such as Gillette, Cheyenne, that were also competing and had competitive bids.
What's the benefit for bringing high school games here?
Absolutely. There's a range of benefits, but one of the most prominent ones is the financial benefit to our community. In 2023, there was economic impact of $24 million, and we will have updated numbers for the 2024 year this fall to present for 2025, but that economic benefit to our community. I know when I go to restaurants, they're always full, our hotels are full, so it's definitely benefiting an array of jobs and people in our community.
So if we lost that, that'd just be money going to a different community, that taxes and whatnot that we wouldn't be receiving.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? Commissioner Nicolason.
Shelby, nice to see you. Justin, nice to see you. I just want to get the timing right, and I think the clerk might be able to help me out. It seems like we've got a $25,000, so we need to budget for it every year. We don't want to skip a budget year. Not sure when you need the money. I'm not sure when we pay the money, but I don't know if we need an approval with our current budget that we're going to be finalizing in the next week or two, or if we wait till next year, our next year's budget, then I think we might miss a year. So, Madam Clerk or Shelby, can you help this commission just know on the timing? Because it sounds like we have a full school year, but I'm not sure we have a full, all that much time based upon our budget.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Nicolason, Shelby, do you know when you're invoicing yearly?
October
In
is
October?
typically,
So, and if I heard you correctly, it goes through 2026 is our MOU, correct?
correct. Yes, correct.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Nicolason, we would need to put it into this next upcoming budget.
The one that we're about to approve?
Correct.
Okay. We just need to remember that, I think, but I'm supportive of it and thank you, and I believe in what you're doing.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and fellow commissioners.
Jeez, Justin, don't talk too much.
All right. Come on up, Liz.
You work for the city, don't you?
How are you doing?
I have that I'm going to pass out a handout that I'd like to go through with some of the highlights about transit operation really over the past 4 years. And hit on some points.
Thank you.
Into some budgeting. Sure. So what I've done and is to visit the other municipalities. But Casper Area Transit has been in operation for the past 4 years. We celebrated our 4th anniversary on May 8th of this year. And I wanted to just kind of highlight some of the key points. And We are in existence with Casper Area Transit because we have a metropolitan planning organization, an MPO in Casper. There are two in the state of Wyoming. Cheyenne has the other, but based on our population, we are fortunate enough to have the MPO. What that allows us to access are federal funds for a transit operation. The communities around the state that don't have an MPO are, they have transit operations for senior centers, especially for even senior citizen homes, even community centers, but they rely on grants, and they have to go out to get those. YDOT does support them, but they also have to constantly look for funds. We are able to go straight to the FTA to get the bulk of our operating funds, and Casper Area Transit is about a $3 million operation. So I wanted to do the highlight with the Casper Area MPO. We have two committees that are very, very active, as well as our Citizens Committee, but the technical committee of the MPO is the team that really is made up of the engineers and technical staff for the municipalities. Representing the county currently on the technical committee is Mike Hagler. And then the policy committee, which is made up of the elected officials, is Chairman North, is who represents this body. So we meet every couple of months, and Commissioner Coates has been in there also on some of the technical committee meetings, but we have robust discussions about projects that are coming up that I'm going to get into. Currently, Casper Area Transit has the following staffing that I listed, and it's important to note we went through really a payroll increase this last year, and our drivers were making right at $19.56 an hour. When the city went through and did their assessment on pay, recognized that drivers were underpaid, and they were given a raise of $22.21 an hour. That's critical because we were not competitive with the school district, even throughout the state. And so now we're able to secure drivers because we were really scrapping to get bus drivers, especially with ones that have CDLs. And so you're going to see here in a minute with some photographs, we had even gone as far as modifying our fleet style so that we could get drivers that didn't require a CDL and be able to drive vehicles that had 14 seats or less. But right now we are fully staffed, and I've laid that out as far as our staffing. This is commensurate with what CATSI used to do. We do have the manager and the supervisor, and then the rest of the full-time and part-time staff. What I wanted to hit on, the annual ridership estimates, the link service is our fixed route, and we've got 6 fixed routes, 2 of which, one serves Evansville, they bought their own bus. One serves Mills, they bought their own bus. But the other 4 are the fixed routes that you see throughout Casper, and we have the transfer station down on Beach Street, which allows for the transfer of citizens that want to move from one bus to another to get to their final destination. While we're on the point of the link and the ridership, right now, with the way we do our invoicing, Evansville and Mills are invoiced for link service. They own their bus, but we have done the presentation on the number of hours that we serve those communities. And we're going to get to this because there have been questions about what the county has been invoiced for. So the link is currently paid for on that service with Mills, Evansville, and the city of Casper. Jumping to assist, this is where the county comes into play for those fees, and that is the door-to-door service that serves pretty much our elderly and our disabled. And so we ask for the county to help pick up that cost for Mills, Evansville, and outlying areas of the county. We don't go too far out, but we may go out past Robertson Road, but we don't go up and serve Midwest and Edgerton. Bar None pays for their own assist service. So what we'll be talking about a little bit later here is the fact that I have come forward with to put in a request for the county commission to continue to fund the door-to-door service for Mills, Evansville, and the county. Casper pays their own, and Bar None pays their own. And we'll get into some numbers, which I'll be passing out here in a minute. So I wanted to be clear on that. With the invoices in the past, the very first year we started out, we did not invoice the county. We still had CARES funding in 2021, so there was no cost to the county or to the other municipalities. For the last 3 years, we have kept the fee that we ask for at 13,500. That is the last numbers that we had from CATSI. And so we kept that consistent and have invoiced the county for that. We've spent a lot of time working on really our ridership data and having an excellent system now that we do to log trips. And we'll talk through that again here in a minute, but I wanted to kind of set the stage. With the MPO work, we've recently had some accomplishments. Casper Area Transit went through a triennial review through the FTA in September of 2024. Casper Area Transit received a perfect score on this audit. There were 31 elements that were assessed, and this is the first time in transit history of over 35 years that we have gotten a perfect score. So we've really worked to square away our financial oversight, our managerial oversight, and all the operational oversight. And so it was a wonderful success, very rare in our region. And so we were very, very pleased with that, celebrated back in September. We were fortunate enough this last year to replace 6 vehicles. We typically, as a budget with the Casper capital, we really are looking at trying to do 2 a year. But with transit buses, it got so backlogged during COVID that we were suddenly forced to run our vehicles longer than necessary. We have, through our transit asset management plan with YDOT, our turnaround time is right at about 150,000, and we are close to 200,000 miles on several of our vehicles, and we typically try to replace with that asset management plan every 7 years, and a lot of ours were up to 10 years. So this last year, we were happy to get finally into Casper, Wyoming, 6 vehicles. And I do have pictures then on that second page of this handout of what some of our new vehicles look like. We went with some different floor models and low floors so that we don't always have to rely on the lift to get our disabled passengers onto the bus. They can actually roll a wheelchair on directly, or they can use their walkers without having to always count on the wheelchair lifts, because believe it or not, those rascals go down a lot. So with I just have a picture again of the different styles, and again, we were repurposing, and we have just recently sold the previous 6 vehicles at our Gov Deals auction in order to get that off of the books, and FTA has got these new 6 ones on the books. Flipping on to the back page, or the back side of this first page, last summer we rolled out an electronic pass system in which our riders are given a pass that's associated with them. We got rid of the little tokens that were just passed around like currency through all meccas of life for every purpose, whether they were trading for alcohol or whatever. Those little tokens are out of the picture. When we approached council with this, there was a cost savings also to us, because we had to constantly replace those tokens, but we also had to wash them on a daily basis because they were handled. And so we would put them, we had 2 admins that would wash them every single day before we would put them back into circulation. But with these electronic passes now that are issued to a person, we are able to log data right into our national transit database. So we've got immediate data, and we're not having to do hash marks and count people as they get on and off the bus. They scan on the reader scan, and then we're immediately able to reduce the amount from their balance on their individual card by that ride. And so again, that data also shows that Commissioner North was on, but we don't keep track of who's riding. We just are able to know that he is in the system and he would be a general passenger. A disabled individual might also be noted, but we have to report a disability. We have a veterans code, we've got a senior code, we've got a student code. So all of that is associated with the pass except for the name, because we don't want that level of liability. So we just keep that, and then we're able to share with the FTA as to how many in each of those classifications passengers who've boarded. So it's really cleaned up a lot to get away from the tokens. This upcoming, well, with MPO studies, I wanted to hit on a few. 2 years ago, we did an electric vehicle fleet study. We did present that finding to council. It was not a recommendation for the city of Casper nor the county to move towards an electric vehicle fleet. Given our altitude and cold weather and really the life of the batteries, it was not good for transit buses. Passenger vehicles, yes, but the transit buses, it was a no-go. But we still had to federally do that and be able to show what the recommendation was. Last year, we had a fare study. We are looking to do a fare increase, and we will be bringing forward that through some public open houses here in another month or two. And with the county, we will be presenting that open house for county residents at the library. More to come on that. In October, we're going to kick off a route analysis and really analyze, for the purposes of our fixed route, what stops are effective and what new ones need to be added as the community has grown. And Mills is a perfect example. We've had a fixed route that goes through Mills, but now that we've gotten much more growth with Mills to the west and over towards Robertson Road and the development with the school system, currently we don't go over there. And that's one thing that we feel that through this route analysis and the input that'll kick off, we'll see some growth that way and potentially some stops. And they may not want stops where they currently have stops in Mills and in fact redirect. So that will be about a year-long process with that route analysis. And again, the MPO will be updated every 2 months, and we can easily do updates to this body if you would so wish. So those are some of the upcoming MPO studies. Other than that, our transit staff continues to do all of the Association of Risk Management trainings on really almost on a monthly basis. We have all of our drivers Transit Safety Institute certified, as well as even our dispatchers. We went through de-escalation training last fall because of the number of encounters we're beginning to see on an uptick, directed not only towards our drivers and public servants, but also towards fellow passengers. So the police department taught that course. We're also going to be reaching out to Central Wyoming Counseling Center to get some additional de-escalation techniques for our drivers because they are frontline. And then finally, we have representation on the Y-Trans, which is the Wyoming Transportation State Board, with our manager. And we also have representation each month on the Casper Council of People with Disabilities. And that group has been invaluable to truly firsthand letting us know the types of improvements transit needs, whether it's even the design of the buses or stops, but and even communication devices on our signage. So that's kind of the overview I would like to hit first, and then I wanted to, with your pleasure, to go through some of the proposals that I have for the invoicing going forward. So, pass that out. County Attorney. We put together a draft because we definitely want your input on this, but I did want to hit some of the high points. Stepping through the high points on the first page towards the bottom, section 1A, I have notated that we are actually operating a demand response assist transportation system. So I wanted that to be on record. And so that again is the door-to-door. Then we turn to page 2, and at the very top, we've indicated the expectation of how we will serve, in this case, again, the Mills community, the Evansville community, and the actual county as a whole from 6:30 a.m. 6:30 p.m. Monday through Friday, and then we also operate that door-to-door service from 7:30 to 3:30 on Saturdays. We have many clients in those areas that are on dialysis and do need to have the service on Saturdays, and it's primarily medical on Saturdays. Other points on page 3. I have that the services of Casper shall be undertaken by the city of Casper shall be undertaken beginning today. and then completed by the 30th day of June. We have made this contract for 1 year, and primarily because we will await the results of the route analysis to see if there's any changes. Now, that won't impact a lot with assist, but we are waiting to make any modifications, so we wanted to go with the 1-year contract. Under compensation, under 3A, and then we're gonna detail that in Exhibit A, which is on the back. We'll step through that here in a minute. We are asking for an increase up to 22,257. Seems to be the number going around today, with numbers. Jumping down to 3D, we typically invoice annually, and, for the services. And as far as budgetary planning, we would like to see again payment. We typically would see payment by July 31st of 2026 for the 2026 budget. So from a budgeting standpoint, I wanted to get that little notation made on 3D. And again, the amount is noted there. So those were the big contractual notes I wanted to get through, but I wanted to spend the last amount of time and answer your questions. If we flip to the last page, which is entitled Exhibit A, what I wanted to step through is we have spent the last, I'm going to say several years, really working with numbers. And with our database now, which is called TripMaster, we are able to look at the addresses of the passengers we pick up on assist to see where they live. So we know whether they live in Evansville, Mills, or within the county. We went through all of this, separated Casper out. We separated out Bar None. And so the data here is only for the amount of passengers and pickups and mileage that is strictly related to what we're calling the county invoice. So looking through this, our cost per mile to operate assist is $8.14. That encompasses personnel costs for our drivers. It encompasses our preventive maintenance on the assist fleet, fuel, and insurance, because insurance has gone up quite a bit with, I think, any of our fleet operations. So again, with that number at $8.14, I want to call your attention to that. The average rides per month, we have broken down again from our data, and this is really the first year, I think, ever that you all have seen this kind of data, but we've got a good system to do that. The county at 119 rides average per month, like Evansville and then Mills. And then the average miles per month, we extrapolated that out. The annual miles, again, serving customers or passengers door to door in the county, right there at 12.9, and then Evansville and Mills. The annual cost, which is the far right-hand column, as you all can imagine, is again that figure of annual mileage multiplied by the $8.14. That gets us to an annual cost to operate assist, driving approximately 24,000 miles a year for $193,539. We're fortunate we have a federal grant. That federal grant, which is 5307, out of Washington, pays 50% of that cost. And that is the same case as it does for the city as well as it does for Bar None. So that knocks down that match cost to $96,700. WYDOT, we have a grant that we ask for each year called the 5311 Operating Assistance Grant. That also serves not only the assist, but also the fixed route for Mills and Evansville. And that percentage that we get equates to 77% of that particular amount. And so the math here on the match cost, then 77% takes 74,000 off of the total annual cost and leaves the county contribution at 23% and right at $22,000 a year. In comparison, we will be approaching Bar None with these same calculations with their data, and we're looking at about $5,000. We do service the Bar None area, obviously not as frequently, but when I was talking about 42,000 miles on this, 42,000 rides, I apologize, for what Assist does on this opening sheet. And so with the 43,000 average ridership, and we're looking at the fact that we're talking about the number of rides that we are servicing within Mills, Evansville, and the county, truly on an annual basis being close to, 300 per month. So we're looking at 3,600 a year, roughly, that would equate for that number. You recognize then that Casper and Bar None pick up the balance of that. So 43,000, we're asking you to pay for 3,600, and the rest of it is covered through the Casper costs. We have the bulk, but we have, obviously, we use our 1 cent funds for transit, and as well as the same benefits FTA and 5311. And then we also have a transfer in from the general fund that helps subsidize the transit operation of the city of Casper. So that's pretty much laying out our financials. But our request then is that 22,000 for the next year to service the Assist passengers. So I know you gentlemen, I'm sure, have questions. So I'm ready.
Ms. Becker, this is probably the most organized and thoughtful presentation we've had as far as any kind of dollar figure asked for the county that I have seen. This is fantastic. I really appreciate it. And it spells out a lot of what we talk about. There's a lot of talk amongst this commission of fair shares and who's paying for what. And I think this was fantastic because it really showed where the money is going and what services are being provided. I, for one, am extremely supportive of this. I know several people that ride the Assist and are absolutely dependent upon it. So thank you. I have no questions. Really appreciate everything that you do with the MPO, and I'm in full support.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Coates, I had failed to say that we have seen over the last 4 years a 60% increase in the number of Assist riders. And given our community demographics, I guess we're not too surprised, and we see that, of course, with our housing demand here in Casper that we're continually working on. But yeah, there has been such an increase. And also, I think COVID caused folks to want to feel safer on getting onto a door-to-door operation than maybe always going onto the public bus. We try to encourage them to ride the fixed route, but there are citizens, then they may have just a health issue too. So I'm talking elderly, disabled, and ones that may have some chronic health disease that do not want that fixed route experience. And this is what they do to get around to appointments and shopping and employment. So thank you for your feedback.
Commissioner Laird.
Nice to see you, Liz. Thanks for coming by, and it is a great presentation as usual from you. Let's say that you had several people that wanted to attend city council meetings and commission meetings. Can they make arrangements for you to be picked up, taken home?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, right now, our hours of operation pretty much cease at 6:30 p.m.
Yeah, I saw
so
that.
that we can get the fleet back to the bus garage there on 4th Street by 7. And then after that, the drivers will clean the buses and so forth and be on their way usually about 7:30. So I've always, I think with work sessions, it's possible. I know with our council meeting that begins at 6, that's going to be cutting it really close. Have we made exceptions in the past for special situations? Yes, and we've just asked citizens to call and say, hey, we've got this going on, and we can run a driver at a different hour. So it's possible, but not at this point on a scheduled basis unless with this route analysis there's enough demand to say, hey, Tuesday nights, we want to change our hours of operation to maybe cutting off at 8:30. And we could. look
I
at something
remember
like
one
that.
time when I was on the council, and a bunch of people were there, some disabled people, and it started raining. And somebody said, well, we've got the bus over here. I thought it was the coolest thing that the city did, because they were all, one lady had ridden her wheelchair down there.
Yes.
And so she got a ride home in the rain. I thought that was cool. So I like the fact that we're taking care of our disabled and elderly, but I see that the Trump administration is cutting perhaps funding for some of those things, though. I think it was on the front page of the paper this morning about it.
Liz, how far
We're
out?
optimistic
How,
from our team. We're optimistic from our
Yes.
team in Denver. We are.
I support your effort here.
how far out in the county do they go?
Mr. Chairman, we go out to Bessemer Bend.
Okay.
Okay, and so I would say west. As far as Evansville, we're still right there at Hat 6. As far as north, we pretty much do stop at Bar None. We had a passenger that wanted us to go up to Ormsby, but the cost was, I mean, just the mileage on a weekly basis, we had declined that and asked if they could get into Bar None, we could make those arrangements, but
Yeah.
on a regular basis, that would have been hard, on a weekly basis, pardon me. So we did talk to them personally about seeing if they could at least get into Bar None, and then we could pick them up with assist, perhaps at the office, town hall, pardon me.
Okay.
But, so, primarily west, sir.
Okay.
Bessemer.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Liz, with respect to the invoicing date on page 3D, with the county attorney's approval, of course, would it be possible for that to read, invoice no later than June 1st of 2026? Because we have a cutoff date, on when we, accept vouchers to be paid out of the current fiscal.
Mr. Chairman, Tracy, absolutely. We put this in more for discussion because as you all were talking this evening about when invoices come through, we wanted to give you, for budgeting purposes, since this is kind of late to the dance, if you could approve it and know that you would have time to pay it. So that's why it's a little bit loosey-goosey in this one, but we have no issues upon approval of this body and the attorney that we can go with.
Thank you.
Or June 1st, absolutely.
Thank you.
We just wanted to be flexible.
Yep.
Now that we've really got some working numbers.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
And one other point, we did have an increase with the link invoicing for Mills in Evansville this year, as well as with Bar None. So it's kind of across the board, as well as what we ourselves have experienced. But some of it, again, with even personnel cost of getting the drivers where they need to be was a big part. But again, insurance, huge too. Too much.
Commissioner Nicolason, did you have?
Liz, thank you. I appreciate the presentation. So is it correct that our county attorney is just seeing this now for the first time?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, yes.
I
That's
have,
why it's stamped draft at
Yeah.
least. On,
I have some thoughts, some questions, but I think it's best if our time is maybe spent with us conferring with our
absolutely.
council.
That's what we hope.
Maybe some of the questions will go away. Otherwise, our council and your council can chat and work through some of these things that I had questions on.
Mr. Chairman, that is exactly what we were hoping for, and that's what we've done with the other municipalities. Not a problem. We're still driving.
Yep. All right. Thanks, Liz.
You didn't stop.
Appreciate you coming in.
Does anyone need another copy of anything before I skedaddle?
I think we're good. Thank you. take a couple of minute break and I'll be right back.
Pages.
Tracy and Jim need to change the date for our budget to the 11th.
I don't.
8:30. Oh, Jim does. No, July 11th.
Pardon me,
July 11th, right?
correct,
At
at 8:30. Does that still work for everybody?
So, okay. Just take it out of your account. Okay. All right. All right. All right, Lita, you want to go through legal updates?
Thank you. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I have sort of a long list, but what I will do is I will start with the contracts that are in your packet, just so we can do a brief overview. I will start, the first 6 are attorneys and a support staff, thank you, for the juvenile cases. And they had asked for a 10% increase, that was denied. So it's the same amount as last year, and that would be for Tim Cotton, Bill Harden, Geneva Englehart, Cindy Wood, and Robert Castile. And then Katie Prescott will be their new, my understanding, it's a new position, new support staff. With respect to the Laramide lease, it is the same as last year. They had asked for 3 parking spots, but those were denied. Josh Bliss is the 4-H, I don't think he's called a director, I'm forgetting his exact title. He's out at the ag building, same amount for his contract. Adult drug testing, they increased the fee, or the fee was increased, I believe, by 65 cents per test. And then Phil Willoughby, I have not heard from him regarding if he's willing to sign or not. However, that contract is for defense of our Title 25s. I could not find a previous contract that was signed by everyone, but I have the past 2 years, the contracts. And then with respect to Cornerstone and JDC, they are not increasing their rate. And then with respect to the contracts over 50,000, of course, they need to go out for an RFP, and we are working on that. That hasn't been done in the past, it doesn't appear, so it is a transition, and sometimes that's difficult for people. With respect to the opioid amendment, I had that under contracts, but it is on, we did fix the date on that, so it's 1 year. And then, did Tammy's get, I believe Miss Salisbury submitted her contract for T.Y. Pickett, and that increase was from 45,000 to 49. With respect to other legal updates, with respect to the Fenner BOE reverse and remand hearing, that is set for August 5th. The Privacy in Public Places Act takes effect today, and Garrett has worked on putting up signs, the appropriate signs. The concealed carry policy, which you all signed, is in effect. With respect to a couple things with respect to the land swap and the lease with the city of Casper. With respect to the lease, you all, the city is changing the time frame of the lease to not be so short. So I think it was October, but it's going to be for a year.
26. October
okay.
26, October 31st and 26.
Okay, and that is still with the city of Casper. Along those same lines, I sent you all an email regarding the city slash pile, and I know I talked to Commissioner North about that because it ties into the land swap. And with respect to the appraiser and the land in the land swap, we heard from him once, and I believe my office has sent 2 follow-up emails, and we have heard nothing. I'm happy tomorrow to give him a personal phone call to find out, because this was in, I believe, April. I know he did start, at least with the Department of Health, because he did ask Ms. Kinder for some documents. I just don't know where we are now. And then I was able, with the help, thankfully, we have, to go through and get a list of pending vacations. Not vacations for all of us, road vacations or alterations. And we went through those, and we are following up on all of those that were filed. I think we have 6 of them, 6 or 7. So we went through those and we're working on those. And we sent an email to you all regarding the Baldwin subdivision and what's coming down regarding that. There's no news from on the Prism case, as far as I know. We also sent you an email regarding the Georgian Hills, and Ashley is working on that as well as the Baldwin. And then on our agenda tonight, on the consent agenda, it's kind of buried in there last after all the planning and zoning cases. You all are set to approve the indigent burial policy for the coroner's office, and that has been in the works for a while. It had gone out for a 45-day comment period, and so hopefully we will finalize that. And I believe that is it for now. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Lita?
Lita, with respect to the Cornerstone contract, the signed contract that I saw was a 3-year contract that we entered into last year. I thought it was a 3-year contract and that it had that escalator either for a CPI adjustment or, yeah, I think it was a CPI adjustment. So the contract I think that is in our packet is also a 3-year contract. If I'm reading the term right, my thought was that we don't need to do a new contract because we have the existing contract, and that all we needed to do was memorialize that Cornerstone was not going to increase the contract amount for the current year, which would be the 2nd year under the existing contract.
Thank you, Commissioner. We did exchange some emails regarding that. I still have never found a copy of the old contract. So that is why it was redone. I'm not saying we don't have it. I'm just saying my office could not locate it. And that's why. If you prefer another method, that's fine as well.
Well, I think, so if we did a 3-year contract and we're in the 2nd year and now we're doing a new 3-year contract, we're essentially doing a 4-year contract. Right?
Yes.
So I think this commission ought to, we may be with Cornerstone for the next 20 years, but,
Right.
but I don't think we should I think we need to be deliberate if we're going to extend a contract or effectively extend a contract, not, so I'm not sure that we need to do this particular contract tonight. Because I'd like to get to the bottom of whether there's an existing contract, and if so, then just do some sort of memorializing of the agreement not to have the CPI adjustment.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I thought maybe we were, at one point, we had played our eyeballs on that contract, but I can't remember if I found it or if you did.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, you found it.
Okay. At my other computer, I can probably find it again. So,
You can just email it to us. That would...
Mr. Chairman, we can also have Michelle look if you'd like.
Madam County Attorney, can you just call Cornerstone and ask them for a copy of it?
I can, certainly. I believe I did ask them originally when we first started communications, and I believe they said that we had it because there has been some confusion in the past, but I will definitely check my email or give them a call tomorrow or shoot them an email right now.
Yeah, I know I've seen it somewhere. I would guess Michelle could find it. You can't find it either, Michelle?
No, I'm working on the public hearing language,
Oh.
or Commissioner Laird. As soon as that's done, I will,
Okay.
I will search
Thank
our
you.
previous meetings.
Thank you.
Okay.
Either way, it's noted and we will get it corrected.
Any other questions for legal counsel? Okay, there being none.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. There's a long list that the county attorney's office is working on. And I don't know how burdensome it would be to have a one sentence memo distributed to the commission either during this part of our meeting twice a month or in the days before. And maybe that doesn't go in the packet. Maybe it's legal counsel so that you can feel, at liberty to, communicate with us. But I just think it'd be helpful for my tracking at least if we had a 1 or 2 sentence update on some of these things that, we know that the land swaps have been, on the back burner for some time. And so there might be no update, but it seems like we have enough moving parts and enough things going on in the county attorney's office that'd be useful to the commission.
Thank you.
Would you mind?
Yes, thank you is an affirmative. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I
Thank
appreciate
you.
that.
It's on the record now, for sure.
Yep, okay. All right, any other questions for legal counsel? All right, there being none, I'd entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Dallas, second by Commissioner Coates. All in favor, say aye. Aye. We're now in executive session.
Commissioner North, if you would just like to put on the record the reason. I believe it's litigation and legal advice, but I don't know if I have the whole agenda.
Personnel, legal advice, and litigation. Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thanks, Tracy.
Thank you.
Would you tell me what the meeting on the 21st is about?
All right. We'll go ahead and call the meeting back in order. At this point, the commission has decided to appoint Lita as our county attorney effective today. With that, Tracy is going to have you do the oath. So she said she could do it as long as she got to do it before 5 o'clock. So. All right.
Does the statute still require a county attorney to wear a pinstripe suit every?
I do have several suit jackets, and so does Ashley. I wanted to thank you, gentlemen. I do appreciate the opportunity. I am confident, and I wouldn't say I was if I wasn't confident, that once a month or so, even maybe sooner, we'll get the stability. And we've been working really hard up there, and we've implemented a lot of new changes. They were just sort of lingering out there, but now that we know, we can definitely get those in place. Danae, the new paralegal, is doing amazing, and Ashley is doing amazing as well. She definitely knows her planning and zoning, which is, I mean, that's not my strong suit. We all know that, but that's definitely hers. So we appreciate it. Thank you.
At this point, I'd like to have a discussion. We've talked about this a little bit about sustainable strategies. I personally don't believe that this is something that we're getting very much bang for the buck, and I don't believe that personally that we need to renew that contract.
What contract?
Sustainable strategies. It's an outside consultant. Jim, did you?
Yeah, so other groups that are associated with that contract with us and them are dropping out as well. And so as they drop out, we'd be picking up more of the lion's share. So I believe it'd be in our best interest to remove ourselves from that contract as well.
Just not renew it.
Not renew it.
Commissioner Nicolason?
Thanks. What is the term of that contract, and is it, as I recall, it's a multi-party contract, or is it just Advanced Casper and either Advanced Casper and then we contribute to that? What, I can't recall exactly how that's structured.
Each entity contributes
To Advanced Casper or to Sustainable
to
Strategies?
sustainable strategies. Yeah.
And so so then we would
So-
be contracted directly with Sustainable Strategies
And we're-
along with these other entities.
Well, we have been, and this is basically, we're just not getting the bang for the buck for it. And at this point in time, it did have a good start. It helped us work toward a few things, but with Sabrina on board now, she's familiar with a lot of the information that's out there, the grants and stuff like that. So it helps us out a whole lot more. And at this point in time, we just haven't gotten a whole lot. It kind of pointed us in right direction. And it's not saying that we can't get a newsletter showing where these grants are, but now we know we've got somebody that knows how to apply for them and move forward. So that's where the benefit is.
Has our county attorney reviewed the contract to see if it's terminable in 30 days notice, if it's expiring? I want to do it right. So does anybody know, or are we just like done with them because everybody else is done with them? You ought to look at the written contract if there is one.
obviously good advice. I'm not saying my memory's infallible because it's not. I've slept since then. But I believe it was just annual recommitment to the contract.
Well, we better look and see when
Lita,
when
would
the
you,
anniversary is.
Lita, would you mind looking into that and giving us insight back
Yes,
on
of
that?
course, thank you.
Okay. Then the next thing, Commissioner Nicolason said you wanted to do an update on the generators.
Garrett has looked at the generator out at the coroner's office. It is the previous generator used by the health department, but it's been parked over there for a couple years. He said it looks clean, but the fluids may need to be flushed. He said that it's 55 kilowatt output, which is small, but it's actually designed to be mobile. And it's got a transfer switch built into it. And he thinks it's going to be an ideal unit for us to use for emergency purposes. And I think we should get a trailer and get it ready and online, and then put in a garage somewhere and use on a rainy day. He said that the one currently at the health department is way too big to travel, and it's strictly a two-phase 240. So basically, it's not going to work for a lot of the potential applications that we might have in a pinch, in a bind. So I think we should move forward to market and sell the larger generator. And if the commission's okay with that, then I would reach out to the mayor of Bar None, since he and I have been in touch in the past, and just try to get something memorialized in writing to bring back to this commission as a proposal for sale.
I think we agreed on that last time around because it was in its three-phase, the one at the health department.
We did agree on it, and then the conversation came up, Mr. Chairman, about the one at the coroner's office and which one should we sell and which one should we hang on to. And so because we kind of got a little bit off track on the one that we had been talking about, I chased that down a little bit and provided the information. And so unless anybody has any questions, comments, or concerns, I'll just move forward and report back to you.
Is the one at the coroner's office also a three-phase? You said it's got a transfer switch on it, but I'm assuming it's probably three-phase. It's both?
For sure.
Okay, so it's single or three, okay. Okay, Jim had that information, so, okay. All right. Sounds like we have a plan there. The other thing I was gonna bring up is I had an invitation to go to the Idaho National Laboratory to talk about the nuclear testing and the different things that are associated with this. This would be on the 15th and 16th of July of this year. It is not put on by Radiant, it's put on by the NRC, yes, or NRCS, yeah. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Anyway, they're the ones that actually put this on, and they basically talk about a lot of different things that are nuclear, and with everything we've got going on in the county and everything that's going on in the state right now, I think it'd be advantageous to go to that, to get a little bit more information and bring that back and share it. And so I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Well, I guess the question I have is what's the cost, and is there any cost either in terms of participation or for travel and hotels and meals and that kind of thing?
Okay, say that one more time. I don't know. I'd have to look at the cost as far as the, I just got the email today. And So I'd have to look and see just exactly what the cost is gonna be.
How many days is it?
2. It's basically, it's called a Wyoming Community Day is what they call it. And there's several different people from this area that are going. Most of them are elected officials in the municipalities. They didn't ask for a lot of people. It's a very relatively small contingent. So
What do you see as the advantage to the county for you to go
education,
concerning?
anything that's nuclear, because they talk about everything under the sun there, the testing, what the different fuel types are. It's similar to what a lot of our legislators went down to Florida that learned a lot about the different type of items that they
So
were.
you drive down there probably?
I don't know. I
Where
don't
is
know.
it?
It's in Idaho. Idaho Falls.
I've driven there a few times
I have to.
with my hockey team.
So
I think it's a good idea if it gives us information on how to handle some of this, because this nuclear business is starting to roll in Wyoming.
anybody else?
I think if, as long as you can bring back some meaningful information to us and maybe the public, I think it's probably a good idea.
Okay. Jim, you have any comments?
Go, definitely need to back information more, so that we can have it, be able to look at it and see what, Idaho Labs is talking about, what their thoughts are on different nuclear projects. Did you, I'm sorry, did you answer, Commissioner Gleason's?
I do not have all that information right now. I will check and see what it is.
What, one night? You spend one night down there?
It depends. I don't know if I don't know when it starts. I've got to look and see what time it may be flying in on a Monday night. Flying out on Tuesday.
Right from here.
You got to go through Denver. So short drive. Yeah, might just drive. It would be faster. Yep. Idaho Falls isn't that far.
I'd like to know what the cost of the program is. I mean, I think we can figure out the mileage and the hotel room pretty easily, but
Well, the hotels, I mean, the cost of actually doing it, going to it isn't, there's no additional cost to the program itself. It's basically just be the hotel and the driving.
I thought that's what I asked.
The hotels are about 200, a little over 200 a night. I just looked that up.
They don't have a Four Seasons there. Waldorf Astoria.
They may change what the name of it is. So,
Similar town to Casper.
so it's $180 a night for the hotel.
Are they having it in the hotel?
And that's
Are they having it in that hotel?
no, it's at the lab. It's out there at the testing grounds.
They get a radioactive suit?
I hope not. So, yeah,
Get a big growth
I
on the end
don't
of your
need any
nose.
more.
Want the case if you get a big growth on the end of your nose.
Okay, you got it. So, okay. Anything else for commissioner discussion? Is everybody gonna be at the, parade next week? Okay. All right, there we go. All right, well, I don't have anything else for right now, so if we can convene until 5:30. If nobody else has anything else for discussion. Okay. All right. We are temporarily convened.
Tell Jan. Thank you for the opportunity. So sorry, we're not supposed to. Oh, no. No, you've been having to wear a mask for like 3 months.
6 weeks.
Sorry, 6 weeks. Now I'm gonna have to go wash my hands.
I finally took the freaking Bobcat. Never mind. Thank you.
All right. All right, we're going to go ahead and call our evening meeting to order and get started. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Laird, second by Commissioner Milne. All in favor, say aye. So moved. All right. Contracts and resolutions. I'll play that. So at this point, we will move into the public hearings. The first public hearing we have tonight is for MS 24-09. For approval of a major subdivision. The Sand Hills 1 major subdivision consists of 2 lots of the parcel, approximately 32.47 acres in light industrial zoning. The current proposed plan for 1 lot is to develop the land for the convenience store, fueling center. There are no current plans for lot 2. The property is currently assessed from access from Howard Street. The hearing will be conducted according to the state statutes, rules of Natrona County Commission, and other applicable law. May we have a staff report? Sean, if you want to, you can push that forward a little bit more so you can get to it a little easier. Yeah, you'll have to turn it on too.
It has a limited battery on it too, so you'll have to be quick.
That was too complicated. Sorry. Sean Gustafson, ECS Engineers. I'm going to summarize tonight if you guys are good with that. As Mr. Chairman just stated, it's at the request by Sand Hills Holdings LLC for approval to create create a major subdivision lot breaking into two lots. Legal description is actually the lot 2 can do simple subdivision and a portion of the east half of the southeast quarter of section 20, township 34, range 79 west. And the location is, as you say, off of Howard Street, commonly known as the Wardwell interchange. Zoning all around, or this zoning is light industrial. Minimum lot size is 2 acres. These are much larger than 2 acres. Existing land use is currently vacant. All the surrounding zonings are light industrial with I-25 to the west. The water source and wastewater source are both proposed to be bar none Wardwell public water systems. We have a letter from Wardwell stating that they are willing to serve that. Under criteria for approval, criteria is 1 through 9 are met. 8 and 9 are a little bit the ISD and finances. There's no infrastructure at this time to build, so this is just a division of lands. Considerations, road and bridge conservation. Road and bridge had no real comments. It's YDOT's Soil Conservation Service said the soils are favorable. Department of Health talked a little bit about the Chapter 23 and the large potential use, but being that's going to be handled by bar none, that's a good thing. The fire department GI had no comments. GIS had a couple comments have been addressed. Natrona County assessor and mapping had one that was addressed, and the surveyor reviewed, commented, and it's all been corrected. Additional concerns or comments. YDOT's District 2 traffic engineer did state that they would need access modifications, and that's also what the traffic study would state based on the potential use of the truck stop. It's pretty, we're pretty sure that's going to happen, but that's still called a potential use. YDOT would need to, of course, formally review that traffic study and comment, and that will go along with their approach, permits and modifications that they will require at that intersection. No public comment, either for or against at the time of writing this. Recommendation, we find it complete and acceptable, staff does, and, considering that this does appear, this is only the land and we're not approving a site plan or a building permit or anything like that at this point. We propose that the BOCC enter a motion to vote to recommend approval or denial of Sand Hill number 1 subdivision, recommending approval. And, some sample motions, and from there, I'd like to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions for staff? All right. All right, at this time, I would ask all those in, or anyone in favor of speaking in favor of MS 24-09 to approach the lectern.
Evening, Chairman, Commissioners. Paul Svensson, I'm with WLC Engineering and Surveying. I was hired by Sand Hill Holdings to do the exhibit, and I'm in favor of the project for the area, and I need to see if you had any questions on the plating.
No questions at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. This time I'd ask for individuals who wish to speak in favor of MS 24-09 come forward and speak. Seeing none, and one last time, for anyone wishing to speak in favor of MS 24-09 to come forward to the lectern and speak. Okay, seeing none, at this time I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of MS 24-09 to approach the lectern. Okay, for a second time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of MS 24-09 to approach the lectern. And for the third time, at this time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of MS 24-09 to approach the lectern. Seeing none, I close this hearing. And we're entertain discussion from the commission.
Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman,
Brown.
I'd move to approve MS 24-09, with all findings of fact by staff incorporated.
Second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Milne, second by Commissioner Laird. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So moved. All right. I now declare the public hearing open for consideration of VC 25-01. Effective Image is requesting an increase in the number of allowable freestanding signs, an increase in the allowable height, and increase to the allowable sign area. Upon approval of the major subdivision, the application wish to develop the land of the truck stop fuel station. The property is located at the intersection of Howard Street and Can-Do Avenue. The hearing will be conducted in accordance with state statutes, rules of Natrona County Commission, and other applicable laws. May I have a staff report, please?
Good evening, again, Sean Gustafson, ECS engineer. The request is submitted by Kevin, and I'm going to murder that name, Kep, agent for Love's Travel Shop, the sign people. They're looking to increase the height and area of the pole sign allowed, increase the height and area of the number of freestanding signs allowed, increase the total aggregate area of signs allowed at the new proposed Love's Travel Shop east of I-25 at the Wardwell interchange. Zoning again is light industrial, surrounded by light industrial on I-25. Let's see here, wastewater and so on. In a variance, asking for a variance on Natrona County's sign code, and in granting the variance, you can attach reasonable conditions and safeguards that may be necessary to implement and propose this act of zoning of the zoning ordinance. There are some criteria for that. One is the exceptional or unique circumstances. I'd like to read that part. The applicant states that the increased height and size above the thresholds in the 2022 Natrona County Zoning Resolution number 46-22 will increase safety and enhance visibility for the traveling public, directional guidance with adequate reaction time to interstate traffic traveling at 75. Speed limit's actually 80 at that location, but they also present the aesthetic considerations and claim the signs will not be offensive and fit with the visual appeal of the area. Some of the other ones, is there a willful modification? No, nothing's built on the site. To date, the variance sought is minimum variance necessary to provide balance between the purpose of the regulation sought to be varied and its impact to the applicant. For going on this, the applicant presents recommendations by the United States Sign Council, which is actually a pretty good publication. It showed me a few things. There's some science base behind it. The size is recommended to give drivers a time to see the signs, react to the sign, is a standard of 11 seconds. The USC also cautions that semi-truck traffic takes an average of 40% longer to stop. So in other words, the difference in size of the sign and height of the sign helps that visibility and makes it safer, not having people make last-minute decisions if they can read the sign. Along the interstate, the difference and visibility of a sign at a raised grade overpass. There's some blockage in view there, so the increase in height on the sign helps make it more visible at that point. A gain in use or service for income for the applicant to greater than available to other landowners in the vicinity. We find that that's the variance is expected to allow more visitors to see the Love sign, potentially increase and enhance local economic growth because of the visibility of that interchange. Will the variance impair the use of adjacent property? No, it will not. Granting of the variance is consistent with the general intent and purpose of the county development plan. I believe the granting of the variance is consistent with the county development plan, and what they're seeking is the visibility at this point. And it's not, is the site subject to a series of variances, and there are no other variances on this property. Our findings, in the case of VC 2501, a request for zoning variance has provided the following justification. The application, Love sign variance, document letter of intent, April 21st, 25 from Kevin Grubb, effective images LLC. Sign package with dimensions, areas, and illustrations. The USSC, United States Sign Council, sign legibility rules of thumb. To kind of summarize this variance here, they're asking for a 40-foot tall pole with a 989.5 square foot sign on top of it, a freestanding, I'm way behind, I'm sorry, a freestanding street sign of 25 feet in height and 148.33 square feet in area. Directional signs on the site of 8 foot in height and 76.34 square feet in total area. Building signs of 365.56 square feet of area that's on the building. Signs on the fuel canopies of 187.12 square feet total. Cat scale signs will be a scale on this potential site. Total area of 114.98 square feet. Total area of signs asked for in this case is 1,881.83 square feet. The Natrona County regulations will allow right now a maximum 40 foot of height for the pole sign and 100 square foot in area. A second freestanding sign of 50 square foot maximum area. Building signs, canopy signs, and a total area for frontage of, allowed by the frontage of 620 square feet of total area for all the signs. Variance request is asking to increase the height of the 40-foot pole to 80 feet. Again, to summarize, increase the maximum area of the pole sign from 100 square feet to 989.5 square feet. Increase the area of freestanding sign from 50 square feet to 148.33 square feet. Add a second freestanding sign along that frontage. And increase the total sign square footage from 620 to 1881.8 square feet. Staff comments. Road, bridge, county fire had no problems with the variance or no comment. YDOT, Brook Allen District 2 traffic engineer stated that YDOT does not have any rules that regulate on-premises signs. And the town of Barnum did not respond. So, in reviewing the total number of square footage for this variance proposal and height, the consideration and location distance between freestanding signs, type of businesses, and the necessary guidance to the motorist, and the amount of square footage associated with each type of sign, the variance request is within reason, we feel. Justification of the increase in height and size of the pole is justified from an interstate highway visibility, speed, and reaction standpoint. The pole sign area increase is 889 square feet and contributes to a large part of the total area increase. The length of the frontage to Poplar Street and the separate truck and vehicular access is reasonable again and increases safety for the motorist. Due to advanced recognition, and that's a 45 mile an hour area on that frontage road or Howard Street. The building signs are in and of themselves compliant with the regulation, as well as canopy signs. The internal guidance signs are again necessary for the motorist's safety to find their way along this fairly large site. And this facility covers approximately 15.5 square acres. So there's been no public comment received on this. Staff sent notices to surrounding neighbors. As far as a recommendation, due to interstate speed, safety, recognition, and reaction time, as defined as potential hazards, hardships, and allows justification for a larger sign area. The taller pole and additional freestanding sign and the internal guidance and building signs are necessary to follow standard guidelines. Staff finds the application for the variance complete and the request in compliance with items 1 through 7 of the approval criteria. Staff recommends the BOCC approve the variance. If you vote to approve, we have no additional comments, and we also recommend you incorporate that motion of all the findings of fact. So I guess I'm going to quit and ask for questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Nicolason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Sean. It looks like the property to the south and adjacent to where this site's located as National Oil Well, Barco. You stated that no one has submitted public comment. In your opinion or staff's opinion, do you think that that could impair the use of that operation? That was the only one I had a question about in terms of adjacent landowners.
No, just it's a good slide to have up here at that time, just looking at how the signs would be to scale on there. No, I don't feel it will impair that at all.
And are you aware of are we as a county aware of any precedent for increasing either the height of signs or the square footage of the signage?
No, I am not aware of that. I do know that if you compare this to other truck stops and other Love's installations specifically, it's consistent with those. So,
But doubling the height that our regulations provide and tripling the square footage is significant rather than an immaterial increase. And I don't have a problem in this case based upon what I know right now, but I also wonder if for staff, we look at whether our regulations are up to date. You're talking about this new resource or source of information that I think you complimented. Maybe that's information that we should take into account next time we look at making revisions to our subdivision, or not a subdivision, but to our regulations.
I agree. Ms. Kemper would like to speak.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Nicolason, I actually have a meeting tomorrow morning with a local sign company, and I reached out to other sign companies as well to see if we're kind of in compliance or where we're at as far as their industry goes, to try and make sure that we're where we should be.
Okay, Mr. Laird?
The only thing I always worry about on signs, this height and size, is if they get hit by a truck, does the thing fall on the highway, or where is it setting if something like that should happen? And if the wonderful Wyoming wind might have tested pretty good as well. So I know when these guys come in here and want to put these towers up for cell phones and stuff, if something happens to those things, they fall straight down the way they're engineered. I don't see that looking through this documentation, so I'm wondering if you've checked out that they're substantial, that they would withstand the wind. What happens if a big truck backs into it or hits it? Will it fall where it's dangerous to motorists?
Well, I won't say it's not impossible to knock one over. I will say from an engineering standpoint that they are designed to handle the wind, and that is not just the height, that includes the area of the sign that is actually catching the wind there. There's a factor of safety involved in that, and the construction of the tower again is, or I should say the design of the tower is designed to fold and not just fall straight over. So a lot like a cell tower. So there is engineering considerations that have looked at that. As far as if a truck backs into it or knocks it over, I think it would have to hit it pretty hard, but I don't know that comes into the design criteria other than standing up for the wind and the soil considerations and the height of the signs and all that. So.
Will these signs in any way block anybody else's business out?
I don't see it working up there. These are pretty good illustrations, and I do see that it looks like it will not block any other business signs and actually may help show where that exit is on the highway. So
I've seen some Loves. So are they a similar height, or the other Love stores were built a while back? Is this one just a new height, or is it the height of all their other stores?
I believe they're very similar to other Love stores, but there's a gentleman from Love's here this evening that I'd like him to respond.
Are any of the Love people here tonight?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in favor of VC 25-01 to approach the lectern.
Commissioners,
Please state your name and
Sean Baker with Love's Travel Stop Real Estate Division. Referring to a lot of the questions you had there, and yes, the sign is meant to fold so it won't fall. In the location on the site plan that was up just prior to this, it's set back in, even if it fell directly towards the interstate, it still couldn't touch it. But with the wind direction and everything, it's engineered so that it can't fall on the frontage road or the interstate, either one. We do geo bores. We've had a company out there doing a lot of bores and making sure that the ground where the sign is going to be is very stable. And so it's engineered so that we don't have those issues. Across the U.S., we have signs anywhere from 40-foot high to where we have very good visibility. Trust me, we don't want any taller sign than we have to have because they are extremely expensive to build. And we have them all the way up to 120 feet in several locations I've had built in the last few years. Another thing for consideration is our business is multifaceted, where we're advertising Love's, but we've also got a food concept within that building, of which we're still trying to get a full decision on which one that will be. We've applied for the Hardee's Carl's Jr. to maybe take over from the ones that were lost, but we haven't heard back on that one yet. So we have, that's two businesses, a convenience store, a restaurant, and in some locations we put casinos and other things in them. And so, and with the fuel, it takes a pretty big sign to be able to show those businesses, because we're running, 3 businesses really within, and this particular one, I'm not adding a tire shop or mechanic shop in it, of which we do that in a lot of areas too, and that just takes a lot of square footage. But as Sean was saying, a car takes 11 seconds to be able to have time to react and to get over and get to the exit if they're in the left lane, and a truck takes another 40% or another 7 seconds to do that. And so you really need to be at least 7/10 of a mile out. And when we do the sign surveys, we put a big balloon up in the air, and we determine at what point and at what height we need to be able to see that sign going from each direction in time to be safe, so that place can get over, or that semi can get over in time. And that's really what we try to request, is what's going to be safe. And going from the north to the south, it's not an issue because you've got really good visibility. But coming from the south to the north, it's a little bit different, because that road's kind of coming up and then coming down. And at the 40-foot height, we're not going to be able to see the sign until you're very close to the exit. And that just doesn't give the drivers enough time to get over. And that's the reason we're requesting it. So get them over, and of course, if they see us, that helps our business sales, but it's a big safety deal. So any questions I can answer while I'm here?
Well, welcome to Natrona County, and I wish you the best of luck with your new business.
Well, thank you. We're excited about it.
any other questions? Okay, thank you. All right, at this time, I'd ask any individuals who wish to speak in favor of VC 25-01 to approach the lectern. Okay, and one last time, at this time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in favor of VC 25-01 to approach the lectern. Okay, seeing none. At this time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of VC 25-01 to approach the lectern. At this time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of VC 25-01 to approach the lectern. Okay, and for the last time, at this time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of VC 25-01 to approach the lectern. Seeing none, I declare this public hearing closed for VC 25-01. I would entertain a motion or discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to grant VC 2501, considering all relevant factors, including but not limited to those set forth in our zoning resolution. I find that the variance meets the general standards required.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Nicolason, second by Commissioner Laird. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So moved. All right, at this time, I would declare a public hearing open for consideration of MS 24-08, a request by John Corcoven, for approval of major subdivision. The Timber Springs major subdivision consists of 31 lots of a parcel of approximately 170.18 acres of the Mountain Residential 2, MR-2 zoning district. The properties are currently accessed from the Archery Range Road and K2 Road. The hearing will be conducted in accordance with state statute, Natrona County Commission, and other applicable laws. May I have a staff report, please?
Good evening again, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Sean Gustafson. The Rock Bottom LLC has applied for this 170.18 acre mountain subdivision. The location you gave is certainly the general location. The legal description of it is that all of the east half of the southeast quarter of section 19, all of the west half of the west quarter of the southwest quarter, a portion of the northeast quarter of the southwest quarter, lot 7, and the Thetford number 2 load claim section number 20, township 32, range 79 west, 6th principal meridian. The zoning of this area is MR2 mountain residential. That carries a minimum lot size of 5 acres. The property is currently vacant. It is surrounded by MR2 on all sides. Water source for this site is proposed to be water wells or cisterns. Wastewater is proposed to be on-site septic systems. I'll add that at this point that the Wyoming DEQ Chapter 23 review reported no adverse effects by the subdivision for both water and wastewater. I'm off again, aren't I? I'm sorry. There we go. Here is a copy of the plat. There we go. The criteria is 1, 2, number 1, criteria 1 is met. The subdivision is within the Natrona County Development Plan and consistent with the Natrona County Development Plan and the Natrona County Zoning Resolution. Criteria 2 requires a little bit of explanation. They are looking for a road slope variance within the subdivision. The Natrona County regulations for mountain subdivisions talks of a 8% maximum grade road, which is quite difficult to do on here. What I evaluated it against was BLM and Forest Service standards, and it does fit with BLM and Forest Service standards. However, it's just been brought to my attention, and I'll get to that a little later, that it is above 10% grades, and that is a section that I was unaware of in the International Fire Code. Criteria 3, the applicant has provided evidence sufficient water and sewer. As I stated, that was Chapter 23 report that proposed cisterns, wells, individual wells, and individual septic systems. Criteria 5, And yeah, soil and topographical conditions, I think we've touched on that a little bit. The subdivision is awfully, it's on the mountains and very steep terrain. The Soil Conservation Service has a varying amount of classified soils up there, but if looking through it, some of the area could be highly erodible, which we do understand. Other areas rock. The applicant did provide a drainage study that examines 5 different storm events: the 10-year 1 hour, 25-year 6 hour, 24-hour event, the 100-year 6 and 24-hour event, to evaluate drainage within the area and size culverts that cross the road. The study does also show locations of what are being called drop pools and detention, as well as where the culverts will be. Necessary services include fire, police protection. They all responded favorably on that there was no new services required. Subdivision appears to be compatible with surrounding area. The surrounding area is MR2. Some of it is of larger acreage and some of it is of smaller acreage, grandfathered in, and so, but it is compatible with the rest of the area. Criteria 8 and 9, ISD and finances. The applicant has provided a letter from Hilltop National Bank for the surety. Under staff responses to the questioning, Road and Bridge did express concerns about the steep grades and would like to know what controls will be utilized to stabilize the road and minimize erosion. I think that is covered in the drainage study. The Natrona County Soil Conservation Service report indicates favorable soils for construction, but did go into the areas of high erosion potential soil. The Natrona County Health Department recommended that a DEQ Chapter 23 report be required, and it was done with no adverse findings. The Casper Mountain Fire District had one comment that the development adhered to National Fire Code requirements. That's the Natrona County Fire Department had basically the same comment, and that is where I understand that we are currently short. We need the IFC requires 10% grades or less, unless it is signed off and evaluated and signed off by the local fire authority. Natrona County GIS reviewed and commented, and now all comments and corrections have been addressed. Assessor reviewed and accepted the plat. Natrona County surveyor reviewed, commented, and now all comments have been taken care of. One other note I'd like to bring up is currently, I don't think this will, yeah, it kind of gets lost up there, but in the north and eastern corner, you see the one lot, I think that's lot 31, that juts off there. K2 Road comes in on the eastern side of that, and through the digging of the surveyor that prepared the plat and some subsequent digging, only half of that road, which is the road on this part, has an actual easement. The applicant has stated that they would like to, that they are talking with Tri-State Generation, which would be the owner to the east there, as a easement in there to fully develop K2 Road is a good thing. Currently, we have a temporary turnaround up in that corner platted to meet the regulations that we would hope can be abandoned when the easement is gained. So, public comment. As of the date of the report, there were 3 written comments in opposition of the subdivision. Staff recommendation. We were recommending the passing of this subdivision. As long as the BLC, we'd like, we feel that the 15% maximum slope does meet Forest Service standards. However, with the IFC standards now, if I would, once the fire chief can get up there and look at that, I would hope that that's is okay, because it is in many other portions of the mountain. Let's see, I did ask on, in the application, we were first asking for a SWIP plan. That's been submitted, stormwater pollution prevention plan for the construction. That has been submitted. You'll note that it expires here in August, but that's because the statewide authorization expires at that point in time, and they'll have to renew it. The state will, and then they can renew their permit. That's currently ongoing. Also mentioned the easement for east half of K2 Road adjacent to lot 31 recorded with Natrona County when and if obtained from Tri-State. And then I did ask that the drainage study be expanded upon. The main thing with the drainage study is we don't want that the entire subdivision comes down to a point that drains out of the subdivision and established stream. We don't want to increase runoff. The drainage study did not specifically mention that. I mean, from a practical standpoint, that is most likely true, but I would like it to be shown that, or if it needs to have detention at that point to slow the water so that the pre and post developed conditions have the same runoff and nobody downstream is harmed. With that, we were proposing to enter a motion to approve or deny. I suppose tabling is possible at this point in time with the fire code 10% grade deal, but that's the one thing that's an impediment right now. So a new thing that's an impediment. So from there, answer any questions.
So Sean, right now we don't have a complete application.
That's great. Yes.
And so at this point in time, I would recommend that we table this until we do get the Natrona County Fire Department's sign off on this to make sure that they do have that option, that they can look at it and drive up there, but they need the opportunity to go up there and take a look at everything. So I would entertain that motion if somebody would like to.
Question.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Gustafson, can you comment on the variance request that I have in our packet here from Edge Engineering Group, specifically discussing the grades on the roads? Was this viewed by staff, and did fire have the chance to look this over?
This was reviewed by staff and included in the packet. I don't know that fire has looked it over.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's it's in accordance with wanting a variance request in this of this nature is to put it in with the application. So,
can you comment on the content of the variance request in here? It indicates that there are roads that are, I guess, that would not be in compliance with fire code that exists now. So is that consistent on the mountain properties in general, or is this just going to be a specific outlier here?
No, I don't believe this is a specific outlier. Many of the roads on the mountain are above that 10% for sure, and in that 15% and higher range before we started paying attention. So,
okay.
Our recommendation came through reviewing the BLM and Forest Service standards, where they will allow a 15% on local roads, and these are a local road. And again, most of the sections that they are showing on here are actually very short.
Sure.
And I think the applicant will point out that there is always another way to get to that point. You can actually, and I'm not sure, I haven't checked that yet, but you can actually avoid the steeper grades and get to every site based on a lesser grade. So
thank you.
Question, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So why did the zoning board pass this down to us if this fire department business hasn't been taken care of yet.
Mr. Laird, I did not know of that code. I've been in the fire code 100 times, and I did not know of that code, and there was no comment originally from either Casper Mountain Fire or Natrona County Fire on that, so it just kind of went by. I found out tonight that that is in the code,
So,
fire code.
so what has to be done?
Yeah, the fire chief needs to run up, look at the situation, and write a letter stating whether he will or will not accept roads over 10% for fire protection in the area.
So I don't know from the standpoint of not dragging things out, can we prove it on a limited basis? If the fire department approves it, they're in, and if he doesn't, they're not in. What do you recommend there?
That's a good question. I guess from what, and probably maybe even legal's a better view on this than me, but from what I know, I think you could do that. I think you could.
Well, what I'm looking for your recommendation.
Personally, I would recommend that it be passed based on that, with that as a condition.
Commissioner, Chairman, Commissioners.
Go ahead.
So yes, we could put that condition on it passing, in which if the fire chief basically comes back and says no, then obviously we would have to come back and have that conversation, because, it wouldn't have passed. So you guys can.
Well, it
place
seems like
or you can
it
table it.
seems like an easy thing for the fire chief to go do, probably, when he, I don't know what his schedule is, but then to bring another meeting and have to go through the whole thing, it seems to me like a waste of time if it's for one issue. And we can rely on that if it's gonna be done. But I think if we're clear enough that that has to be done, and then if it is done, then if we vote for an approval, and that's done and it's approved, then we'll have the thing finished. If it's not, then we've got to go to step 2, I suppose.
Mr. Chairman.
I don't know, that's
Wait.
my thought.
Go ahead, Commissioner Nicolason.
Seeing how this just came up tonight, my preference would be that we table it to allow the applicant sufficient time to respond to and evaluate and discuss with the fire official. There may be nuances, there may be other things to point out. And by the way, this isn't the only issue. We haven't heard from the public, and there may be 20 other issues. And so my feeling is that it might be more efficient to actually table it now and then have everybody come back in a couple weeks and hear from the public and hear from the applicant and know what the actual answer is on this matter.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I agree with Commissioner Nicolason. By tabling it, we give the applicant time to either get the approval from the fire department or not, and then make a workaround. If we just do a contingent and they can't do it, or the fire department doesn't like it, then it goes away, and then they have to come back to square one and start over. I'd rather table it out of consideration for the applicant rather than just potentially that way they're able to work with the fire department or make some other alternate plan for whatever rather than just possibly making it a no-go.
Okay. All right. So with that said, at this point, do we have a motion to table it?
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I'd say is I think the applicant's here, and if we wanted to hear their perspective, what their preference is, they could come up and speak to it.
I don't have any problem with that other than the going to be coming before us here in a couple of weeks and giving us the whole testimony then as well. So,
Well, they're here and their lawyer's here. Let them come up,
so,
Mr. Chairman. Their lawyer's even standing up. He's chomping at the bit.
so, all right. Well, if that's the end of the staff report, then
The wheels of government move slowly.
Mr. Nakbar, please
Mr.
state your name and your address and
Thank you. I'm Keith Nakbar, attorney at law, 703 North Lincoln Street, Casper, and I'm here on behalf of Timber Springs Subdivision, the applicant Bottom Rock LLC, John Cornquin and Darren Homer. We were originally opposed to the idea of tabling this and wanted to have it passed, as Commissioner Laird suggested, with this condition of getting approval by the fire chief, and we think that that approval will come. We've talked to the fire chief. He's indicated that these roads, even at 15%, aren't even as bad as a number of roads on the mountain that they easily travel on. However, in view of the majority of the commissioners wishing to table this, let us tighten up that loose end, get that buttoned up. We can come back in 2 weeks. As long as we can get on the agenda. We are concerned about the expiration of the reports that we've done. We don't want to have to redo that. And remember, this is a mountain development, which means when bad weather comes, progress stops. We can't do it. It's got to be done this summer if we're going to make any forward progress. So we are okay with tabling it so long as we can get on the agenda in 2 weeks and get this matter resolved with the fire
it'll
chief.
actually be 3 weeks because we're doing our budget at that same time.
Okay.
It's kind of with July is always kind of a challenge with the
All right,
fair and
well,
rodeo and everything else. So,
I suppose another week.
but it will be the next. It'll be the next meeting that we'll get
Okay.
you back on.
All right,
So,
thank you.
okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to table this matter, Timber Springs subdivision, major subdivision,
MS
case number
24
MS
district.
24-8.
So, okay, do I have a second?
Second. If that's what you want.
That's
Okay,
fine.
second.
Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right. Just tabled. Sorry. I now declare this public hearing open for the consideration of CUP 25-01, Pilot Thomas Logistics, and requesting a conditional use permit to allow 3 12,000-gallon tanks and 2 15,000-gallon tanks. The tanks will hold lubricant and coolant used for natural gas industry. The property is located at 88555 Delta Drive, which is located at the Light Industrial Zoning District. The hearing will be conducted in accordance with state statutes, rules of the Natrona County Commission, and applicable law. May we have a staff report?
Good evening again, Sean Gustafson. Legal description of this is Block 2, Lot 3 of the Westgate Park 4 subdivision. That's directly across from the airport out onto Highway 2026. The property is located on the south side of Delta Drive, south of Highway 26 and the 2026 in the airport. The zoning is light industrial throughout the subdivision. Minimum lot size, 2 acres with public water and sewer, 1/2 acre with public water and minimum 2 acres without public water and sewer, 1/2 acre with. It has public water and sewer through the 6 Mile Draw Improvement and Service District. Existing land use is light industrial, shop, offices, and storage yard. Adjacent land use, is PUD to the north. The airport area is PUD. South is, there's a lot of urban agriculture there, UA. East, light industrial, and west, light industrial. Water source, again, 6 Mile Draw Improvement Service District, as well as sewer. The purpose of this conditional use permit is to allow the installation of these tanks according to the code at a certain size, 12,000 gallons. It must go through the CUP process. Criteria is 1 through 8 and 9, or 1 through, excuse me, I'm on the wrong criteria. 1 through 7 are all met through this site with the application. Planning considerations, staff received a comment early on from the Natrona County Fire Department that they could not calculate the volume of the containment in the first set of plans. That has since been rectified and since been changed. So we, at this point in time, I'll state that the design of the containment meets EPA requirements. So if there is a leak, they meet the EPA requirements. Pete Rakowski of the Wyoming DEQ storage tank program stated it's not above, it's not an above ground tank, or excuse me, that the above ground tanks are not regulated by his division. This actually falls under the Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA. Let's see here. Just to fill in some things here, the spill prevention, containment, and contingency program falls under the EPA. The mandatory containment is designed to meet the standards 100% of the largest tank and 100 and plus the 100-year 24-hour stormfall event. Calculations were sent by the applicant, and that is met. Okay, I guess with that, at the date of the staff report, we had one written comment in opposition. The notices were sent. We do find the CUP to be complete and compliance with zoning and subdivision codes, and recommend approval by the BOCC. If you make a motion to approve, we suggest including findings of fact, and I'd like to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff?
What was the complaint about?
I believe the gentleman is here this evening, and it had to do with activities. There was weeds and so on that were sprayed on the site for killing some trees. He's here tonight, but he could go into that in more detail.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Sean, are you or is staff aware of other CUPs being issued for a similar purpose in this area of the county?
In this area of the county, no.
What about just in general then?
In general, I believe there's been not completely recently, but over or near Evansville, there's been a CUP issued for larger storage tanks like this. So.
Sean, do you know how these are manifolded?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you.
In fact, they're not going to be, well, I can say that they are housing, and there's a gentleman from Pilot Thomas here this evening also. But I don't believe they are manifolded. I think they're a standalone because we've got both lubricants and coolants stored here.
Okay.
The oil and gas industry.
Okay.
Sean, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Sean, I'm sorry if I didn't hear, but I don't see anything about whether the airport was consulted or was offered an opportunity to comment on this. It's not directly adjacent, but if there's a big fire, there's big smoke.
Yeah, I don't believe they were contacted.
I don't know that if they were required to be. I
Yeah,
just wondered
I
because
think
of the
the
proximity.
actual airport is outside of the zone too, at the radius, so. Otherwise, they would have received the letter. So.
Any other questions for staff? Right. Thank you. Okay, at this time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in favor of CUP 25-01 to approach the lectern.
Good evening. Derek Randall, Pilot Thomas Logistics Project Manager. As representative of the company and this project, I'm in favor of approval. By allowing the approval of these tanks, it will add to our operational efficiency in receiving, storing, and delivering product to our customers. I do believe that we've met all the requirements and provided all the necessary documentation for that, but I'm happy here to answer any questions.
Anyone have any questions? Go ahead.
Tell me what's the complaint of the person against doing this, as you understand it?
I can't totally speak on that. I believe it had to do with some activities prior to our possession of the property. Maybe a little bit of eye soreness with the tanks. I'd have to let that gentleman speak to that though.
Well, I just wanted to give you a chance because he'll be able to speak and then that'll be the end of it.
Well, I think there's some questions about additional road traffic. And it is worth to note that this approval is for tanks above 12,000 gallons and more. So my plan is to put 15,000 gallon tanks. If I'm unable to put 15,000 gallon tanks, then I'll come in and put 10,000 gallon tanks. By doing a smaller tank, it's going to require me to do partial loads into my bulk plant versus full loads, which is going to be even more road traffic, right? So by having larger tanks, it adds to my efficiency to be able to bring in full loads, less traffic. At the end of the day, we're going to deliver product. Right now, we're delivering out of totes. Putting it in larger tanks just decreases traffic by bringing in one full load versus multiple partial loads. As far as the weed spray and overspray that killed or possibly killed some trees, that happened before our possession. We didn't take possession of the property. Lease didn't start till January 1st. We actually didn't take possession until March 1st. And really anything else, I can't really answer.
How close are you to the airport?
I could not tell you how many miles we are. Sean, do you know?
No, not exactly.
Yeah, I'm not.
What's the approximation? I kind of heard you, Mr. Nicolason, but I didn't hear it all.
Yeah, I just happened to be looking at it, and it depends on where you're measuring to. If you're measuring to the main entrance that most of the traveling public uses, Airport Parkway, it's 1,334 feet from basically the northwest corner of the property. If you're going to the airstrip, it's 3,700 basically.
Any other questions? Okay.
I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Okay. This time, I'd ask any individuals who wish to speak in favor of CUP 25-01 to approach the lectern. Okay, and for the last time, this time I'd ask any individuals who wish to speak in favor of the CUP 25-01 to approach the lectern. Okay, seeing none. At this time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of CUP 25-01 to approach the lectern. Okay, please state your name and your address.
I'm gonna need these.
Yeah, that's fine.
Good evening, Chairman, and the Commissioner Board. My name is Dan McClanahan. I am a landowner adjacent to the property to the east. It's commonly known as the Old Mountain Bell Building. I do object to this option, and I do like to present, not real familiar with your first, I do have covenants and restrictions that were filed in the Natrona County Clerk's Office in 1981. Can I approach and hand these to you?
If you could give them to our secretary over there, Michelle.
Yep.
And then she can hand them out to us.
Covenants are public record. There is a number at the very page one at the very bottom of the accordion number. They were recorded in 1981. And the first few pages apply to the Landowners Association and the operation of that. I'd like to bring your attention to page 7 at the very bottom paragraph. Storage yards for equipment, raw materials, semi-finished or finished products shall be so shielded by the fence as to effectively screen the view of such storage areas from the street and around level of adjoining houses. I looked at the plans here. It appears that they have no plan to keep those tanks from being seen from the street, or I don't think they can build a fence high enough to cover that. I think those tanks are probably going to be about 30 foot tall. It appears that the people of the past, the owner of the past, since he's been there, has really avoided enforcing any of these covenants at all, or these restrictions at all. I've been fighting the weed problem for years. The roads are in terrible shape. I have a set of pictures here too.
Mr. McClanahan, is there actually an HOA or who enforces these?
There's the Landowners Association basically was phased out as the land was being sold, and I think once all the land was sold, the Homeowners Association has it. There's no enforcement, but they're still on record, and I believe they're still valid.
Okay, so the Landowners Association is dissolved, or is it defunct, or?
Basically, it just, as the land was sold, it was delegated to all the people that bought the land.
Okay.
Basically, the thing that's been going on to manage the property has been the 6 Mile Draw Improvement District, which was formed about 15 years ago to attach the sewer and to also maintain the property.
Okay.
The common area, which is basically the streets.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just had a question, and if I didn't think about
That's fine.
it was going to be gone, so I needed to ask what I had in my head.
Yeah. The top photo there was a photo taken June 6th. There was a drone flown from the top of my building, and it shows a lot there. The yellow building on the very right side, about midway up, is the building and the land in question here. That's the 8555 Delta Drive, where the tanks, and there's also a second picture, shows the tanks. It's the same photo just exploded, where it just shows the tanks that are presently on the property. And according to the drawings that I got here, those tanks are not gonna be in that southwest corner. They're gonna be on the east line there. The two drone photos are basically looking to the west. And the area, the yellow building, and the blue building are basically denuded of any vegetation at all because they've been spraying it for any vegetation. The yellow building, when it was built, basically that lot, the drainage went from the road, big Delta Drive to the north, and the drainage was basically to the south. When they built the building, they split the drainage kind of triangular shaped. Basically, the northeast side of that lot now drains to the east over to my property, and the southwest drains to south. And they're right center middle in the building is a brand new building that's been built in the last year by Equipment Share. And the drainage that came off that basically would come down because the yellow building and the gray building, the Equipment Share building, is about 15 or 20 feet difference in elevation. There's a bench there. In fact, there's a sort of a double bench. And I built a dike on my property on the east, on the west side of my property to put the drainage that was coming off to my property down over the hill. But I sort of shot myself in the foot because once it went over the hill, there's some trees on the very left of that photo there. Those are my trees, and by pushing the drainage off over the bench down there, and the Equipment Share was concerned because their drainage would come over there and would kill my trees that are even, the trees on the upper bench have been pretty well damaged, but I was worried about the trees in the lower bench. They look pretty good in that picture. So Equipment Share I worked with very well. They moved their fence in 10 feet and they put a swell on that east side of the Equipment Share to bring the drainage off into the drainage on the street. And there's a structure on the street to take it on down to 6 Mile Draw. So I don't have to worry about the trees down below, but the trees up above have been stunted in growth because of all the poison that they put on that in the last 10 or 15 years. So my concern is the wind blowing and the groundwater flowing up to my dike and then down over the hill to the lower lots.
So, okay. Any other questions for Mr. Flanahan? All right. Thank you.
But the other concern that I have too is also the street maintenance. I look in here and I definitely disagree with a lot of these conclusions on this report because I received this report a week, I see this June 3rd, and the public hearing for the planning and zoning was June 10th. This report already had the conclusion that they were going to approve this even before the public hearing on June 10th. I submitted 30 pictures to them, and I submitted also those covenants that I just handed to you, and they said we don't enforce covenants. We won't even acknowledge those covenants. I didn't even submit them at all. So when we went to June 10th, I had no the board didn't even see any of my photos at all, and I disagree with page 2 of 5. It says criteria number 2. Granting a conditional use permit will cause substantial or unmitigated traffic, parking, and vulnerable problems. Granting the CPU allows more efficiency, does not increase use of traffic. Well, that's kind of confusing to me because I have witnessed in the last month an increase of traffic with Pilot Logistics trucks going in there all the time. All of their product is going to go up and down that road. And the road maintenance is done by acreage. I get charged by acreage for maintenance of the road. I have 9-something acres, so I'm paying a good share of that. I drive in there 90% of the time in a little car. They're bringing trucks in there, and they're not even licensed yet. They got the tanks already sitting there. Even yesterday, there was a big tanker came in there. So here's the situation. If they have a 15,000 gallon tank and it's half full, and they bring in a 7,500 gallon tanker and they pump it into that tank, what happens to the vapors and the fumes that are in that tank? The vapors in that fumes are evacuated into the air. And I'm downwind. Our prevailing wind is from Immigrant Gap. So we're getting all the wind from basically this whole tank battery. And in the public hearing, June 10th, the man from Texas actually changed the design of the tanks. He only wanted 3 tanks, and he was going to keep the 15,000 gallons and 3 tanks, but they didn't submit any new calculations of whether the same size tank with a smaller containment is going to be okay. Now, I just witnessed Equipment Share build a 10,000 square foot building with very, very similar concrete construction. Rebar, they had testing of every section of the deal to test the concrete, and like 2 weeks later, they had cracks in that concrete, and it was very well engineered and very well engineered. It cracked. You cannot build a concrete box that has no cracks in it. It'll crack. And they say in the plans here, there is I don't see a page number here. Containment will be a rigid steel frame with liner. You look through this, there is not one drawing of a rigid steel frame with a liner. None of these drawings show that. It's a concrete box with rebar in it. It's going to crack. It's going to leak. Where's that leak going to go? And talking with Sean Gustafson, there's a sump in the corner of the box. Sean told me, what do they do with the water? So they got 100-year rain, 4 inches deep. Sean told me there's no place in Wyoming where you can dispose of that water. There's no plan for the water. Where are they going to dispose of it? Open the thing when they go down the street? And I go out to the Stuckenhouse shooting top, and it borders with the refinery over there. There are monitoring wells all around the border of that. There's no monitoring of the ground. There's no baseline. No baseline of what the ground is now. And if it gets oil in it, how are you going to prove it?
I need you to get back to something. Did you say you saw the zoning report that they approved it before they even had the meeting? Did I hear you say that?
Would you repeat that? I lost
Yes,
you.
yes. I thought you said you saw the zoning commission's report to approve it before they had ever had the meeting.
I'm having trouble hearing you, sir. This is. Yeah, I got this with the approval on it on June 3rd.
Meeting was until
June 10th, a week later on Tuesday. And I submitted 30 photographs that they never even showed the people that approved this. Okay.
All right. I think we've got everything at this point in time.
Well, there's more. I was at a conference one time at a table, and one of the conference subjects was taking property for tax assessment. Say the taxes aren't paid, and there was a counselor there that had been a counsel to commissioners, and I forget his name, and he said, you got to be careful what you pay taxes on. You might buy a lemon if you're buying something for taxes. He says, I warned the county commissioners, it wasn't in this county, he says, but I said, I warned them, don't foreclose on that tank battery. Because if you foreclose on that tank battery, you're going to be held with a cleanup. And I don't see that there's any bonding here. So
Actually, that's not that's not necessarily accurate. That is not, according to EPA regulations and everything else, that is not accurate. So, if you have factual information that you can present, that you want to present,
Well-
that's fine. If not, then we need to move on.
It's a red flag, because this is a leasee. That leasee leaves, the landowner's gonna be responsible for it. The landowner can't handle it, he walks away from it. Who's gonna come out and clean it up?
Well, there's regulations that are in place to take care of that. I mean, and there's a lot of them. So that's something that, you can't just walk away from it and not be held liable. That's not the way that works.
Well,
So,
you better consider it before you approve this.
okay, all right.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Any other individuals wish to speak in opposition of CUP 25-01? Please approach the lectern. Okay. This time, any other individuals who wish to speak in opposition of CUP 25-01, please approach the lectern. We don't need to do that.
Sean, is that true about the meeting? He has a document that said it's approved and the meeting wasn't for a week.
The report to the planning commission recommended approval. Approval and forwarding to the county commissioners a due pass recommendation was not approved prior to the meeting, no.
It's just like everything that we have, that you present stuff and you said for approval. And it doesn't mean that it was approved.
Yeah.
That just means that that's what your recommendations were.
Exactly.
Were to approve, not
Exactly.
not to deny. And so, okay. All right. All right, any other discussion? All right. There's no others wishing to speak against CUP 25-01. I now declare the public hearing closed. All right, Commissioner discussion.
I have a question. I'm wondering if I think it's close enough to the airport. I'd sure like to know what they think about it. I mean, it's, I think they should have been notified and had an input, because that's close enough with that kind of fuel. If there was a problem, I don't know what kind of thing that causes for an airport, or either do I know what the federal rules and regulations require on something like that that's near an airport? I can't answer the question. Can you answer that question, Sean?
Not offhand, no, but they do store fuels at the airport in above ground tanks, and they do have a fire training facility at the airport, so.
But we don't know what they would say about something like this that they have no control over.
Right, and they are outside of the radius required, for, notification, so, you know, yeah, I understand, the needing having the airport's opinion on this may be helpful, but it wasn't required by the regulations, so.
Hell, I'd like to know what our airport people say about it, just so that they're advised and they could make an opinion, because I'm not an expert. I don't know what the rules are.
And I would add that any light industrial activity, near the airport, is already something that's been contemplated in the rules and regulations, so.
Sean, we clarify that the reason for this seeking a CUP here is strictly because of the tank size. Smaller tanks are permitted.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
I'd also like to clarify that the calculations were submitted for the containment, the concrete containment, and they do meet regulations, so.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Sean? All right. Discussions. Commissioner Nicolason.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the CUP 25-01, that all requirements have been met.
With staff reports.
And incorporate the findings set forth in the staff report.
We have a motion. Do we have okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Nicolason, second by Commissioner Coates. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the gentleman that came tonight and your comments. I think you've done a lot of nice work to your property and planted a lot of nice trees. With respect to the covenants, that's really not something that the county commission can enforce. I think either you, as a owner in that subdivision, or your homeowners association, if it becomes active, is the proper party to enforce those covenants. The applicant, I think, made a valid point about these tanks may actually reduce the volume of traffic on those roads, which might be might actually better the situation out there than running, I don't know, a third as many trucks or twice the number of trucks. So I appreciated your comments tonight, but I think that our criteria for a conditional use permit have been met.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay,
Well, I'm concerned about what our airport would say. I'm assuming that John's correct, but I don't know that. And it's close enough to the airport that personally I would want to have them say it, you know, it's not a problem for us. They may very well say that. But I sure think, Sean, they should have been notified somehow, even if, I mean, after all, it is an airport. And I don't know, you know, planes, I don't know if planes go over this area or not. So, or come in over it or whatever they do. I mean, I don't know, some helicopter flies over it. I just don't know any of that. So I'm going to abstain from voting on this because I just feel like I don't have enough information one way or another to correct vote for the public.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, say aye. All opposed? So moved. All right. We'll move on to the next one. I now declare the public hearing open for consideration of MS 25-01, a major subdivision requested by Mark and Cynthia Richardson. The applications are requesting the current lot line separation. The two parcels be moved 100 feet to the south, creating a 7.62 acre lot and one that's 12.42 acre lot. Due to one parcel being platted and the other not platted, a major subdivision is required to complete the adjustment. The properties are located off 6 Mile Medallion Road in light industrial zoning district. The hearing will be conducted in accordance with state statutes, rules of the Natrona County Commission, and applicable law. May we have a staff report, please?
Good evening one more time, Sean Gustafson. The only thing I would add to the chairman's description of this is that the minimum, it's light industrial zone, the minimum acreage without public water supply is and sewer is 2 acres, half acre width. The properties are served by the airport water line, specifically the Airbase Acres Industrial, or excuse me, Improvement Service District, and there are on-site septic systems, but they are larger than the 2-acre criteria. On the criteria for approval, and again, the chairman mentioned that the reason for the major subdivision in this, it is really a lot line adjustment, but the reason for major sub is we have a piece of unsubdivided land and a piece of previously subdivided land, and so the only way to handle that is a major subdivision. We find the criteria for approval are met. This is a very minor change in what's going on in the area. There is no going to criteria 8 and 9 again for the finances. There is no new infrastructure proposed or needed. Therefore, there's no surety provided. Staff considerations, the road and bridge, soil conservation district, no comment. However, septic systems, building, etc., do exist on the site. Natrona County Health Department stated that moving the existing lot line would not affect the current system's performance, but could make it more difficult for a replacement system. Thank you. I jumped up without the little poker. The Natrona County Fire had no comments. Natrona County GS had 2 comments that have been addressed on the plat. Natrona County Assessor and Mapping had 1 comment that's been addressed on the plat, and the surveyor had a few comments that were also addressed on the plat. As of the date of the report, there have been no written comments received. Staff sent notices to surrounding neighbors. Recommendations, staff finds that the application to be complete in compliance with the zoning and subdivision codes and recommends Board of County Commissioners approve the Marmac number 2 major subdivision. Should you vote to approve, we recommend you vote to either approve or deny, and then should you vote to approve, we would recommend you include the findings of fact in the report. And with that, again, I'll answer any questions.
Got any questions for staff? Thank you. At this time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in favor of MS 25-01 to approach the lectern.
Good evening, Bill Faringer with Civil Engineering Professionals, 6080 Enterprise Drive. I'm representing this project tonight for the owners who live out of state, and so asked me to attend and just kind of laid out the fact that the only thing changing out here is we're moving a lot line by 100 feet. There's no additional buildings planned. Like the staff report indicated, it's got public water. They already have septic systems that have been approved and have been operating for years. And no additional changes are going to be made to that. And so we would appreciate an approval. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Any questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, I would ask individuals who wish to speak in favor of MS 25-01 to approach the lectern. Okay, and for the 3rd time, I'd ask this time individuals who wish to speak in favor of MS 25-01 to approach the lectern. Seeing none, at this time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of MS 25-01 to approach the lectern. This time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of MS 25-01 to approach the lectern. And the last time, at this time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of MS 25-01 to approach the lectern. There being none to speak for or against MS 25-01, I now declare this public hearing closed. Commissioner comments.
Mr. Chairman, considering all relevant factors, including but not limited to those set forth in the 2013 subdivision regulation in Natrona County, I find the major subdivision meets the general standards required. On that basis, I move to approve MS 25-01 with all staff findings of fact incorporated by reference.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Coates, second by Commissioner Milne. All in favor, say aye. Okay, all opposed? So moved. All right. Now I declare the open considering of notice of intent to adopt Natrona County indigent and unclaimed burial cremation policy and application. The hearing will be conducted in accordance with the state statutes, rules of Natrona County Commission, and all applicable laws. May we have a staff report?
Good evening again, gentlemen. This policy has been in the works for quite a while due to various factors. However, it just went out for the 45-day public comment period. And I've had numerous conversations with the coroner's office as well as during our public meetings with the commissioners. To my knowledge, we had no comment come in. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions for staff? Okay, at this time, I would ask individuals who wish to speak in opposition. Actually, we should have in favor. Wish those individuals speak in favor of the indigent adoption of Natrona County indigent and unclaimed burial cremation policy and application. Approach lectern.
We have some.
So,
My name's Aaron Bowman. I'm with Bustard's Funeral Home. I would like to, I would like to table this motion because the funeral homes were not a part of this policy. And so I would like for the funeral homes to at least have the opportunity to put in their 2 cents and be able to have some input at least into the policy. That way there's transparency not only for the community, but the coroner's office and the funeral homes. As it sits, there's a lot of confusion, at least with the funeral homes, as the way that it reads. So I would like to see if we can table it at least to allow the funeral homes to add their input. We found out about this meeting actually like 2 weeks ago. And the coroner's office didn't even know about this meeting. So,
If I may, gentlemen.
go ahead.
Well, the coroner's office did in fact know. I've been in contact with them over, honestly, the last 2 years. But aside from that, the funeral homes did have an opportunity. This went out for notice for publication over 45 days ago. He just admitted that they knew for 2 weeks. But aside from all of that, I personally have talked to the funeral homes, not necessarily in one conversation. They knew a policy was coming, and I know the coroner, Mr. Whips, has personally talked to the funeral homes.
when we did have a conversation about the policy, we turned over a policy that was in draft mode to our attorneys, and they then contacted the county attorney. And at that point, she then contacted Jim Whips to discuss that we should have never seen the policy in the first place. But as far as things went, once our attorney contacted the county attorney, we were then cut out of all communication regarding this policy.
Is it just Bustards that wants to table it?
Newcomers is here as well.
Well, I see some reasoning why you should look it over and
Yeah.
we should hear about it. As long as this has been going on.
We fully agree that there should be a policy in place.
Yeah.
We want it to be transparent and easy for everybody that reads it to understand.
Yeah, I think it's important.
Really, what you're-
Personally.
yeah. When it comes to the community, we all in the funeral industry do want what's best for the community.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
thanks for being here tonight. You've had a couple weeks to look at it. And we have been talking about this for a couple of years. And we have asked legal counsel to go back with the coroner's involvement multiple times. And we've worked pretty hard on this. Do you have any specific concerns or comments about particular provisions that you're aware of that you can bring to our attention?
Well, first off, like with the application process, clause 8, the way it reads is completely contradictory to what Jim Whips has been telling us. The way that clause 8 on the application reads, it says that we will only be able to receive the funds from the county commissioner, as where Jim Whips has been telling us that we can receive funds from the family and the county commissioner. As well as, really, Jim Whips has been telling us there's a 45-day waiting period, and there's nothing in the policy that I read where it has a waiting period whatsoever in it. So we're getting one story from Jim and then getting another from you guys with this policy. So really the big thing is there's a big miscommunication and trying to get it to the point where everybody's on the same page, following the same policy.
Commissioners, I could answer 2 of those off the top of my head without even
please,
ever.
please do.
So with respect to the 45 days, there was, and it is required by WAPA, that there's a 45-day public comment period. We're at the end of that. We're actually past that. So that's where the 45 days comes in. And with respect to, I wasn't there for your conversations with the coroner, but he is well aware, as we are, and with the law, the double dipping, so to speak, we, the county, and first of all, we don't advise you, so you should talk to your own attorney. But second, with respect to the coroner, we cannot take the money from the DFS program and this county program. What you all do with private pay, I have no idea. We don't represent you.
Okay, and in clause 8, it does state in there that we can only receive funds from the commissioner. It says that we are not allowed to address any kind of funds either before or after we apply for indigency. And the 45-day waiting period is about applying for indigency. It has nothing to do with the policy that is being enacted. That's what we are hearing from the coroner's office.
I did not talk specifically with the coroner to prep for this. So again, that's why we have the 45-day period plus however many days to get on the agenda plus his 2-week notice.
Just out of curiosity, what did our coroner, I mean, has he read all this? And
Yes, and
and
he
it's fine
has
with it?
approved it. And as I believe Mr. Nicolason pointed out, it's gone through numerous changes.
I just wanted to make sure that was on the record, that was the case. Okay. All right. Any other questions?
So help me out here.
Okay.
The main issue is whether you can charge the family or
Really, it's more, it comes down to what the community is understanding. There's been a lot of talk and a lot of
okay, so here's
misinformation.
what I want to understand. What your main concern is, because I'm kind of in a fog about it a little bit. Tell me about your main concern, and because you've mentioned the way that you could, because the way I understand it, the way this all developed was people who passed away, had no family, no money, no nothing, and we decided they needed to be taken care of.
Yes.
And not put in a bag and stored in a van out at the coroner's office. So we purchased this columbarium, and that's where the remains are being placed.
Yeah.
And we don't charge anybody for that, I don't think, because they don't have any money. Now, if a family member shows up and wants the remains, I think we just give it to them. We don't charge them anything. So I'm not sure then, from your standpoint, how you come into play on somebody whose family didn't go to you and didn't even know their loved one had passed away, and then something was found out years later. So tell me about that.
Understandable. We are a private business, just like newcomers. And of course, we do have a bottom dollar that we have to have so that we can keep our business open.
Right.
Over the last 2 years since I've been watching the books, the indigent cases have climbed drastically. And that isn't really a problem per se, but the way that it is enacted now isn't a clear-cut, easy way for people to understand. There's a lot of confusion between indigent and unclaimed decedents. As where indigent is lack of funds and needing help. Unclaimed is there's no family, nobody to come take care of the body. And the way that I perceive the proposal, it seems like those are getting interchanged. And that provides a lot of confusion, especially with when it comes down to what are we supposed to do with the urn when we do a cremation for an indigent case.
Do you get paid for that by the county?
We did. And so what we were doing is we were taking them out to the coroner's office, and then they were handling it from there, which by them taking the urn into their care and sending it back to the family, that then cuts our bottom dollar of our stuff out, which then will end up undermining the whole funeral industry in this town.
But don't you get paid for doing the cremation irregardless?
We
of all
do, but it's also, the word's getting out to the community that we'll do a cremation for $1,500, which is like half of our normal cremation. So then that we won't be able to keep our doors open forever at that price. As inflation goes up, so do our costs, and that causes more burden on the families that are paying their bill to have to make up those funds that we're losing from all of these influx of indigent cases.
But if the people don't, if they have no money, where does this?
So really, there is nothing in place right now to combat people from just saying, oh, I don't have any money. The application process.
Person's deceased.
I know, but I'm talking about.
They won't say anything.
I'm talking about the family that comes in regarding the decedent.
And I'm not too sure that happens very often.
Anymore, it's been getting more and more. Just this last year alone.
So you think people may be taking advantage of the system?
I fully believe that people are taking advantage of it. And I don't know how people are finding out about this information, but we have people coming in asking for the coroner's cremation, which is the indigent cremation. And they're expecting us to do the cremation for no cost to them and them to receive the urn back.
So what do you think we could do about that?
I think with clear-cut information, with input directly from both funeral homes, to make this clear and add a step into the policy for the application process, that we can kind of combat that. Because as it sits right now with the application, it's just, to the best of my knowledge, there's no actual bearing behind the application. There's really no repercussions if we find anything down the road. There's nothing in this that will hold anybody accountable to prove that they are truly indigent.
Yeah, well, I would be interested in knowing that that they're indigent, obviously, because
Yeah.
that's what the statute requires.
Yep.
So I'm assuming when the coroner goes to a situation, the person's passed on, they can't find any family members. The person had no money, no bank account, no nothing. Then we have to deal with that.
Yeah.
Statute requires us to deal with it in that way.
That it does.
So I don't know how you would write something that would take care of your issue.
Well,
Maybe-
that's why I'm
may-
saying I would like to propose a tabling of this so that we can, both funeral homes can actually send in a proposal to add to the application and the proposal.
I hear what you're saying. Thank you very much, sir.
You're
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioners, to be quite frank, and since he opened the door, one of the biggest problems with this has been, again, we don't represent the funeral homes. They can do whatever they want in their policies. And it's been that they want to incorporate what they want in their policies into ours. Number one, we don't represent them. Number two, maybe I'm dumb. I could possibly be. I see nowhere in this policy anything about 45 days. I see it in the notice of intent to adopt. But, I mean, people are smarter than I am, obviously. Also, this policy is only 2 pages long. It's very, very clear. We talk about the purpose, and we define the definitions of indigent or unclaimed, which, by the way, are not defined in statute. So we worked a lot on that. I literally have a stack this big of all of our meetings. We don't go into the Department of Family Services Assistance Program because we don't administer that. That's not in our policy.
So,
Yes.
Madam County Attorney,
Sure.
do you think we should table this and consider whether we should be putting some sort of definition in there on indigency? I would think that could be an issue.
Sure.
I mean,
Thank you, Commissioner. It's in there on page 1 of 3, the third page of the signature page. It's under Romanet 3. A defines indigent, and B.
would you read me that
Sure.
definition?
And this means a decedent's remains are claimed by family or interested parties, but those individuals need financial assistance to complete the final disposition. And it says if the family or interested party of this decedent makes a claim to the decedent but did not participate, the decedent becomes categorized as unclaimed. So that's in there, and that complies with the statute. I can tell you there is a way that we do verify indigency. The application requires the applicant to notarize and under oath answer all of these questions. Whether you get power, you get SNAP, or the decedent has assets, if there's probate. I mean, we didn't just pull this out of the air. It's literally been 2 years.
I don't think he's saying that, and I certainly know that you didn't. I kind of see what he's saying. If there's people abuse every system known to man
Yes.
now. I got a deal where I use the fast lane when I go to Colorado.
Oh, uh-huh.
And then they send me a bill. Well, then I get an email from somebody saying you didn't pay your payment on time, and we're going to suspend your license for 300 years unless you send $200. Well, I know that's a scam, but that's going on. So I don't know if we've created a dragon here with some issue where the people can scam the county on these burials and get them for $1,500. I think that may be what he's saying. I don't know.
It is.
So Commissioner Laird, if I may, it was after the last meeting before it was published that the coroner and my office began receiving calls from different individuals. The policy wasn't even passed. They didn't understand it. And the coroner did speak with my office, and we agreed that, whomever's listening, that's what they think. I have no idea who was talking about it was incorrect and telling people X, Y, Z. Obviously, that's something a policy can't control, and we don't know where that came from. And we discussed at length in numerous meetings about possible misuse or fraud, if you want to call it that, and the only thing that we can do is make them, fill out the application, notarize it, swear under the penalty of perjury, A, B, C, D, and then, for example, if something comes up, or someone notifies us, we can look into that. But this process is the same as the coroner's been doing. He, however, did not have a specific application that the decedent's family fills out.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Well, we can
Commissioner Nick-
always amend it as well.
Commissioner Nicolason, go ahead.
Well, I'd like to hear from newcomer if they're here tonight, but I also think that our options are to postpone this. On one hand, we've been going along for quite some time without this policy. We could adopt it as written, feeling that we've done our statutory duty to provide notice, and you know, we could have received these comments over the last 2 weeks in writing and made last minute changes. So I guess this is newcomer.
Yes.
Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Kathleen Coe. I am a funeral director at Newcomer. So I don't think the issue is that there are any confusion about the classification of indigent versus unclaimed. I think it's the application. We have never seen an application. So it's really just a better communication between the coroner and the county attorney, knowing what this application looks like. So it can be fair across the board at both funeral homes.
Commissioners, if I may, the application, which we called an affidavit, has been on the website since, I believe, let's see, April 16th, and it was in the paper. So, I mean, oh, excuse me. The affidavit was on there. I apologize. The affidavit was on there, and
Can you get her a copy tonight?
sure.
Commissioner Coates.
So, in the scheme of this, if you were to see an application, you would want to see that it is approved by somebody, verified by somebody to its veracity. That's what you're asking is what I'm getting out of this.
Correct, right. Because we don't ask a family, we need to see your bank statement. Of course we don't.
Sure.
And so we just need that family to be vetted somehow, because it's not our place to ask them, you know, how much money they have.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Any other comments?
My comment would be that we give them copies and have this brought up at a meeting in 3 more weeks. And it's always good to listen to our business people, and especially the ones that are in this business, to see that we're not damaging them in certain ways. And I think they have a right to get a little handle on it, have their lawyer take a look at it. We may have missed something, that they come up with a better alternative in it. This is a very tender issue anyway. I'm glad we're doing it and taking care of our people, but I also want to take care of our people who do this for a living.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I agree with Commissioner Laird. I think these people are the experts, or they are some of the experts in the field, and if they can contribute in a productive way, a constructive way to making this policy really good, then we won't have to be back here in a month or so to make significant changes to it. So the only question I have for our county attorney is there any time sensitivity to this that would suggest or compel us to do this now, even if we get solicit advice and from newcomer and bustards and then make changes in a month, or do we have time to wait another month?
Thank you, Commissioner Nicolason. I believe it's fine. The coroner has been following this generally to get the claims processed. So, I mean, they're all statutory, and that's what the statute or the policy reflects. I don't think 3 more weeks or 2 more weeks will, right, that's fine.
So I move that we table this matter, give a copy to the folks that spoke, and put this on the agenda in 3 weeks.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion on that? Commissioner Mound.
Sure. reading the resolution, the policy, you could take a look at the paragraph. Applicant must then complete the application, submit the application to the BOCC for approval or denial at their next regularly scheduled meeting. So we're going to be determining at that point whether or not they have met that based off the application that is like 2 pages down.
Thank you, Commissioner Milne. Yes, and the statute, and that's another policy that was passed in conjunction with this policy. It just happened to be passed prior to this. Because of the particular statute, you all, the commissioners, are required to make those decisions. And that is one thing that we had discussed previously, and we have a MOU with the coroner's office regarding that. So yes.
So person A dies, he gets taken to the coroner or at the funeral home, and then he's held there until the application's filled out and we approve it 2 weeks later, potentially, or whatever, and then they can do. I'm trying to see how long this process could take where person X is in.
Right. I mean, I guess depending on the timing of it, I'm not sure what the coroner does. However, the other option is that you will call a special meeting every time someone applies. That's what we had discussed previously in the first MOU, because you all have to approve it. That's required by statute.
Right. And so I'm just trying to figure out whether the coroner or they have sufficient storage space.
Well, I guess with respect to the coroner, because we don't represent the funeral homes, since he proposed it and I worked with him, or we all worked with him, he never said he didn't, but I have not specifically asked him that.
Okay. No, I just kind of reading through it, I kind of
Right.
odd things pop up in my brain sometimes.
I think we could solve the problem with the tabling for 3 weeks. And then we'll hear from
Well,
them.
we have that motion. We have a second on that.
So I call
we
for the
don't need,
question.
well,
Call for the vote.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
as a point of order, the only question I have is the 2 or 3 weeks thing, because I think we have to publish notice again. So,
if we change it, we do have to publish it.
so I'm not sure we can be hard and fast on the 2 and 3 weeks. That's the only thing I'm saying, because I want to comply with the statutory publication requirements for
So,
notice.
so we have a motion to table it in a second. And we don't necessarily we do have a time frame, but we can retable it again. If it comes back up, we can retable it at that point in time. We do have a time frame that we have to hear that, and I can't remember if it's 45 days or what it is. but
If you're referring to how many days it's out for public comment, it's 45.
No, I'm talking
I don't-
about if we table something, we have to bring it back before us within a certain time frame. I believe that's 45 days.
I believe that's 45 days as well.
Yeah,
And
so,
then-
so basically we can table it for up to 45 days at this point in time. And then bring it back and rehear it. Is that,
Let's do it.
I know the question's been asked, but motion and seconded for tabling, but is there specific instruction we're giving staff or we just tabling it to hold?
I think we need to give staff specific instructions on what we need to look at.
Is we're going to give a copy to the funeral homes. They're going to take a look at it, and they're going to get back to us probably very quickly, I would think. They're saying yes. So it'll all be resolved in the next 10 days anyway. If we do this. I think we're getting lost in the weeds now, though, Mr. Chairman. I called for the questions. Robert's Rules of Order said it should have been discussed already.
To have 2/3 to call for a question, according to Robert's rules. So anyway, so we have a motion, we have a second to table it. We don't necessarily have to have a time frame right now of how long we can table it. We can table it up to 45 days, but All in favor of tabling this motion?
Commissioner, one moment. Right. You, yes, yes.
Yes. The motion needs to be amended because you said the next meeting.
Well, I'll amend the motion to say 45 days, within 45 days.
I'll second that amendment.
All right. All in favor of tabling the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Jim, was that a, yeah, was it, okay. I saw your hand go up, I wasn't sure, okay.
Passed, didn't it?
Okay, so,
That's all
all
we
right,
need to
so
know.
it has been tabled, so. All right. All right, at this point in time, we will call for public comment.
Let's skip that. Go home. Who's this guy?
Haven't seen me yet today, have you? Bill Elman, Midwest. I would like to revisit what we talked about earlier. We've got some new information. And if you folks are serious, I mean serious, about getting these people protected, we can have firefighting equipment here tomorrow from Fort Collins. And anything that they do not have, they said they will have in 2 weeks. And I would like him to come up and explain to you, him and our county chief were working on it together. They came up, we can have it the day you guys give us $35,000. We can have the equipment. We can have it before the 4th of July to protect these people then. I'd like you to listen to him. Thank you, gentlemen.
I believe you, Representative. I believe you.
Sir. Nick Skoliski, 2977 Cotton Creek Place, Casper, Wyoming. Good evening, Chair, Commissioners, staff, law enforcement, and fellow firefighters, and members of the public. Earlier today, we talked about safety gear for firefighters. I've been a firefighter in Natrona County all of my career, 12 years. This gear is for safety. And for those of you that have been firefighters in the past, what is the #1 rule on the fire line? Firefighter safety. Currently, Midwest firefighters are setting aside that rule to protect lives, property, and that is unacceptable. But we do it because that's what we're called to do. Multiple times during the work session, you brought up grants. Grants are very competitive. We have no dedicated grant writers in our 12-man department. There's no guarantee of the grant. And should we do get grant money, with this money that you guys could dedicate to us, we can use that grant money for building maintenance, upgrades, public awareness, tools, equipment, tires, and replacing worn out gear, training, and other things that are vital for fire safety. You also brought up Contango. Contango has so far to date donated our command vehicle, a brush truck, a squad truck, and other monies to Midwest Fire Department. So I think they've done their share in trying to protect that oil field that brings this county money. You know, as Representative Alleman said, the wait time is shorter. I talked to Supply Cash out of Fort Collins as of 15:39 this afternoon. They said they could outfit us, no problem. He said 11 people, that's easy to do. For some sizes, it would be a 2-week wait time. And she said she could have a quote to me tomorrow. The other thing that I'd like to bring up is mutual aid. Our department is responsible for Midwest and Edgerton municipality. But we cover all the way east and west, down to about 20 Mile Hill, and even up into Johnson County. That's more acres than we're called to cover. And yet we do it to help this county out because we're close. county fire, 40 minutes away. The seat base, they're 10 to 15 if they're already revved up and ready to go. We can be there quick. And I guess the last thing I'd like to say is to those of you that said, well, I was a firefighter, then you know. And to kick this down the road to hope that we get some grants or to make the excuse that time we wouldn't get it, that's unacceptable. You gentlemen know that. We have firefighters putting their lives on the line to protect this county and our people. So I would just like to say we should quit kicking this thing down the road. This isn't the first department that's come to you and asked for help on simple things like gloves, pants, boots, and shirts. And it's disgraceful. It's shocking to me that those of you that have served in the fire industry would ask us to break rule number 1 and go out there doing what we're called to do on our own time, on our own dime, and not help us out with what we need. And this is my opinion, and you can take it or leave it. But I think that it's time for you guys to step up and keep your word, because we can have it here now. Thank you.
Commissioner Nicolason has a
Sir?
question for you.
You come back. Hey, thank you for coming tonight. Were you here this afternoon during the discussion?
Yes, sir, I was.
I hope you didn't take at least what I was saying. I think what the commission was saying, that we didn't respect the job you guys are doing. I think that I feel strongly about us being stewards of public funds and needed to ask some of these questions. When we heard 6 months, 12 weeks, next year,
right,
couple weeks didn't seem incredibly compelling to me. If you say you can get it this week before the 4th of July, knowing that fires happen on the 4th of July, wildfires, I'm all for this. Are you, and I'm going to make a motion to approve this, but I want clarification.
Yes, sir.
The $33,187 that is requested in Representative Alaman's letter,
Yes,
is
sir.
that still the number we're talking about? Because you just had the discussion today with this company.
I did, yes. We have actually had some new firefighters that were not added in at the time of that writing. We have 2 new firefighters. So I would have to relook at that total, but it would be very close to that 35,000. I can't speak for that exactly, but our chief can, and he is here tonight if you'd like to ask him what that new total would represent with these 2 new firefighters.
Well, can we do it in an amount not to exceed $35,000 to outfit that number of individuals?
Riley, can you guys cover any of the additional if it's over that?
Yes.
Okay, that's what we needed to know. So if we approve up to $35,000, then we could do that.
And Mr. Chairman, so I'd make that motion, to approve the expenditure taken from the 1 cent reserve
I second it.
fund in an amount not to exceed $35,000 to support the PPE for Salt Creek Power's board firefighters.
I second it.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate that more than you'll ever know.
Any other discussion on that? I want you guys to know that there's not a single one of us up here that don't want to give you what you need. But there needs to be accountability and skin in the game.
Yes, sir.
And that's something that, I'm happy to see that you guys came down here today.
Yes, sir.
Because that is something that is important. And I'm even more happy that you can get it that quick, because I know how you know, talking with Brian and being involved in it, I know how long those lines can be. And if you can get it quicker than that, that's great.
Thank you.
You know, when we had our discussion today, Brian, he supported that it may be a long way out too. So if we've got another supply for it, that's great.
Understood. Yes, sir.
So-
And they're happy to help us out.
So, any other questions, Commissioner Mill?
So that's the motivation I was looking for,
Thank you.
is coming up with that delivery date. Took you what? Less than 6 hours?
Yes, sir.
That's, you know, we've asked that for, Jasper Mountain Fire as well in the past, where it's skin of the game or motivation, you know, a little bit of oomph there. That's all we were looking for.
Gentlemen, I stand before you if you need help with that. I know a lot of these firefighters in this county. Commissioner North, I know you. Commissioner Mill, I know. And I'm willing to help wherever I can, however I can. Just thank you, gentlemen. I
I
appreciate
don't
it.
think you'll find a nay on this board for what you did today. So that's what we needed. That's what I needed.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right.
I have a comment.
Well, I'll take the vote first, and then you can comment.
Oh, all right.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. All right.
Thank you.
So here's my comment.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen proved it to me. You can't keep good men down. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it, gentlemen.
All right.
Thank your representative too.
Have we got any other public comment?
Good evening, Commission. Rosemary Saban, Natrona County resident. On June 17th, 2025, this commission supported sending a letter to the Wyoming Minerals Committee regarding the Radiant Nuclear Utility Project. Following that, after extremely limited public comment, 3 members of this Board of County Commissioners voted to support Resolution 24-25. The submission of a business-ready application on behalf of Advanced Casper to the Wyoming Business Council for up to $25 million, directly benefiting Radiant for the utility project, including a publicly provided office on their campus. The land that Radiant intends to use for nuclear microreactor manufacturing and high-level radioactive waste storage, as defined by the federal government, is currently zoned urban agricultural. Industrial heavy manufacturing is not an allowable use without a zone change. Since this commission did, by a clear majority, vote in support of financially benefiting Radiant, as it was identified repeatedly throughout the resolution, any consideration to change zoning would be a major conflict of interest. A clear intent to benefit a business proposition over the legal fiduciary obligation this commission has for the residents of Natrona County would unquestionably exist. Very similar to Coates Road. A copy of the application Advanced Casper is submitting to the Wyoming Business Council was requested on June 30th, 2025 by phone at 8:50 a.m. An email was received at 10:43 a.m. denying that request and reads as follows. Hi, unfortunately, I am not able to share the grant application with you at this time. It is being reviewed by the Wyoming Business Council and is not yet a public document. Best, Chanel McCash, Advanced Casper. This email and extreme lack of public notification, public hearing, and public comment conflicts with the State of Wyoming Business Ready Community Grant and Loan Program rules. Chapter 1, Section 9, Subsection A. An applicant is required to inform and educate the public and business community to the greatest extent possible about the proposed economic development project, including, but not limited to, the economic development opportunity, possible funding sources, and alternative solutions. utilizing a variety of techniques and media. The applicant must make readily available to the public access to the application and associated materials, exclusive of business plans or business financial information. An applicant shall actively solicit citizen input that can be submitted via writing, electronically, or in person at a public hearing. A minimum of one public hearing is required before submission of an application. For the purposes of this program, 7 days is the minimum period for notification of a hearing date. Public notice shall be published in an official medium such as local newspapers, public for a local government social media pages or other venue as approved by council staff. If the project facility is to be located outside the geographical boundaries of the applicant shall hold an additional public hearing near the location of the proposed project facility. The notice shall contain a concise description of the proposed project and state that time will be set aside at the public hearing to take testimony from citizens about the project. Subsection I, to inform the public and gather information, any public hearing shall, at a minimum, subsection A, identify the economic development opportunity or opportunities. B, explore all known possible funding sources and alternative solutions to the opportunity or opportunities. C, be advertised with a comprehensive description of the proposed project. D, solicit testimony from citizens who may feel that the proposed project might compete with an existing business. E, conduct specific outreach to any affected industry or industries and any competitors within that industry. Subsection II, an applicant must use its best efforts to notify all providers of similar services in the market area about the public hearing at least 7 days in advance of the public hearing. Subsection B, an application must be accompanied by a description of the applicant's public engagement process, written comments received by the applicant, evidence of the public hearing notification, minutes from the public hearing, and signed resolution passed by the applicant or participating agencies to a joint powers board after the public hearing is held and public comments are considered. Since this commission did not give proper public notice, proper public hearing, or allow for proper public comment before any application was submitted, I can only speculate that the Wyoming Business Council rules were bypassed intentionally to avoid conflicts with the public opposing interest in this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Katie Lejeski, 9550 K2 Tower Road. We've discussed this many times. Poor Dave and Jim. K2 Road is a private road for Timber Springs. There is only 3/4 of a mile of K2 Road that is public going into that subdivision. We need to look, we really need to get going on that road situation up on Casper Mountain. It's a nightmare. The last subdivision, they're using my road as a public road. I don't like gates, but I'm being forced. They've graded my road, and now the water and snow goes right into my cabin. We've gotta start really paying attention to it. We don't want the nightmare of the last subdivision.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I had a question. Who graded your road?
The owner, the developer of the, is it Mountain Acres? Yes, Mountain Acres sold a plot of land prior to building the road, which was required. And the new owner of that plot grades my road, plows it, and I have written a letter to them. And the developer has told all his property owners that he sold to that K2 is a public road and that they can do what they want with that road. It's a legal fight. We don't want to open up this new one for a legal fight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tracy Lamont, 9855 Crimson Dawn Road, Casper Mountain. I was discouraged as I was ready to speak earlier before you tabled that tonight, but there's more than one concern that will involve the fire department, but make sure when they go up there to take a look at that you include the mountain fire chief too on it, otherwise she'll feel like she's left out, but make sure you got that in the county fire department both. But my questions here are directed probably more at Sean than anything, but I did notice one positive thing in the staff report on page 6. It says with private road ownership but access dedicated to the public. So that's a big step forward that we were fighting over on Mountain Acre subdivision when some of you guys were involved in that on them. But my question, Sean, is how many access roads are required to a subdivision? And aren't loop roads required to a major subdivision? How many access roads are required to a major subdivision?
County, only one access road is required.
Okay,
I mean, loop road
is recommended.
is nice, yes.
And the loop road comes into it from the fire aspect of it, and that's spelled out in the new land plan, for Casper Mountain land plan. They talk about loop roads, but that brings me to the plat for the subdivision, and you pointed out a major concern, and I missed everything that Katie said, but up here in lot 31 on K2 Road, on it, can you clarify that for me again? I was having a tough time hearing. Is half of that road available for
Hey,
access?
Tracy, can you do that offline?
I probably can.
Have that communication with Sean
Yeah, I could.
instead of
I'll
during
be sitting
public-
down with him.
because
But
that's not really what public comment's for.
okay, I just
You've done this long enough. You know that it's public comments to go up there and talk, not to ask questions and stuff like that. So
I want to save John the headache.
nice try though.
I want to save John the headache of getting it postponed again and coming in here and being a bad guy next time on it. I'd like to see him pull it off, to be quite honest with you, because the loop road, if we get the situation cleared up on K2 Road, if Tri-State will come through for him on him, that gives you access for a groom snowmobile trail. And rather than all of them going past Katie's front door now on it, it breaks up the traffic a little bit on it with being able to have a double access into his thing. So that, and then the other question that surfaced, and I just want to throw this out there because I may not make the next meeting. I'll try on them, but 60-foot right-of-ways is what it calls for in the 2002 subdivision regulations on it, but there was only 50-foot roadways in here. So is there a difference for the mountain on it? There might be. I think there was in the original land plan, because the topography wouldn't allow that. So that's another question I'll work with Sean on.
Okay.
It's access, and then we talked about both the fire departments being involved. So I think that pretty well wraps up what I was going to say on a long meeting. I don't know how you guys put up with that all day long on it, but good work, boys, on it, and congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Tracy. Any other public comment?
Venus Childress Barnum. I wasn't going to speak because I didn't think I had anything to say. However, I don't know if any of you were at the town hall at the hangar last week that Representative Alleman put together, again, regarding Radiant Nuclear. I did a quick count, and it wasn't exactly exact, but there were approximately 60 people there. Not a whole lot, but there was a question asked of those that were there. How many of you received the survey that Radiant sent out and completed it. I think there were 4 hands that went up. So out of 60 people, we'll say half a dozen, actually received this supposed survey that Radiant sent out. Very few. However, saying that, Radiant is trying to tell everybody that 70% of the people they've talked to, they've surveyed, are in favor of their project. And I'm just here again to tell you, we're not. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Move on to commissioner comments. Commissioner Nicolason? Nothing? Commissioner Mel?
So, if I can manage it. CNFR was a very successful run this year. I'd like to congratulate Casper College student James Fern for being champion for the saddle bronc riding. It was a heck of a ride or two. I hope you all got a chance to come and visit and watch it. The fair does start on the 4th and goes to the 12th. Demolition Derby will be held this year. It'll be on the 5th. Parade Day is on the 8th. And the PRCA Rodeo will be going from the 8th to the 12th. Hope to see you there.
Commissioner Coates? Commissioner Laird?
Y'all have a good 4th of July.
I'll finish out by talking about something that really bothered me this last weekend, and that was what happened in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. You know, we have firefighters out there trying to defend what we have, police officers, and it really hits home because I've done both. When our citizens don't respect and don't appreciate what they actually have and what's done in public service, instead they take it out on those individuals, and most of them they don't know anything about, and they do things that are just atrocious. And that's not the country that I grew up in, and it's not the country that I believe most of us want to be in. I don't know what the answer is, but I know there's got to be some change. And unfortunately, we've got to look at ourselves and start there. Everything we do, if we don't take that initiative and we don't start at home and we don't start working out with other people and finding out where our common ground is and work in those areas and quit working on the hate and seeing the hate that's so much across this country right now, we've got to get our country back online. And that's just something that is very disturbing. I'm very happy that we, after several years of trying, that we finally got Midwest Edgerton taken care of. And Riley, you know how much how much we've tried on this, and I'm glad we finally got it taken across the finish line. And I'm even happier that you could find those resources that quick, because that was my biggest fear. Is like, okay, we talk about it, but if we can't get it for several months and we're already past where you're really going to need it and your guys are already in danger. So with that, I will say good night, and this meeting is adjourned.